Others never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on to endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet didn't kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Kai will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet didn't kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
What's going on, everybody? Good morning. Or, it's good afternoon now. Except if you're on the West Coast. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well. Your head hurt? My head doesn't hurt. I hope the weather's nice. Yeah, no, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, I put on the music this time. Yep. I am an Eskimo now, apparently. I am a banana. I am a banana. All right. So, part 19, Yakograd Republic. Also, we have the beautiful, beautiful sounds of machines from Starbase Live. A little foggy down in Boca Chica today. A little froggy. The news articles this morning. Yeah, I didn't read any of those. Anyway, let's start up workers and we'll go from there. We're almost done with everything that we need. We got to do electrical power. We got to start making the grid. Digital frontier. I tried to picture clusters of information as they move through the computer. What did they look like? Ships? Motorcycles? The circuits like freeways. I kept thinking of a world I thought I'd never see. And then, one day, I got in, man. How about that splashdown yesterday? It was pretty good. Electrical, finished waterworks. Yep.
Discovery,
I am
go at throttle up.
complete lack of surprise. What's up, Rocket Guy? How you doing? Dude, There was a new Curious Mark video out that they here, hold on. They posted here. Check this out. That's an ad. And it's USA, so that's not bad. They got a disky working. So check this out. That's the digital input for the AGC. Oh, it's so sick, dude. Ah!
Verb 34.
So that just kills the display I put up. I can do a light test. Well, we're running out of current on the 5 volts.
That's awesome. They got it. They got the disky working, which is.
C. Go. Ecom. Go. Surgeon. Go.
And they
Initiation or
they ran P63 on it.
PI, the big moment when you start the landing sequence on the moon and start up your descent engine.
Okay, so we should be able to get into P63 now.
Watch this.
And so that should make the thing calculate hard. Yeah, then we have the computer activity light.
Yep.
Oh, we have a fully working disky.
Dude, homeboy hot wired his own wire and made a PCB to interpolate commands from the computer and power the disky right. Oh, that's so badass, dude.
Right, guide.
Go, guide.
Did you get his TIG is real good in P63? 700
got
to the
that.
second of ours.
Roger.
This screens our burn attitude with the 3 target attitude angles. Pressing proceed will orient the LEM to these angles. Then we have a few warnings that our switches are not right. We don't have them connected. So Mike is just going to enter past them.
Okay, all flight controllers, go for powered descent. Retro, go. FIDO, go. Guidance, go. Control, go. Telcom, go. GNC, go. Ecom, go. Surgeon, go. Capcom, word go for powered descent.
Propagation.
Oh, this is so good, dude. So, if you guys are wondering what that is, that's a disky. It's a digital it's the display for the Apollo. Here, hold on. So, check this out. So, the LEM has a computer. It was the first spacecraft to fly with a digital processor. Okay? The disky is missing in this. Well, it's missing. It's supposed to be right there. It's not there. They're not here. It's supposed to be right there. That is supposed to be there in that picture, but hey, whatever. This is your input. That's your input. So this is before, like, guys, keep in mind, this is before, like, operating systems and stuff. Right? It's a very, very, I mean, it was cutting edge for the time, right? But you have to basically input program in a program. So, okay, this is not the exact right way to explain this, but you have verb and noun, okay? So they set it up like a sentence almost, right? Verb is basically your file path. That's where, you have to look in the right file, right? And the noun is the program in said file. Like, but this is all, it's all hard coded, which is just, all right, okay. Okay. Whatever. It's the machine code instructions to execute. It's so badass, dude. This is... Yeah, that's so cool. Somebody came up with taking this damn thing and putting it in a freaking spaceship, which is... sick. Here, I'll link up the video in both chats if you guys want to see it. Dude, yeah, they like... It's... Yeah, core rope memory. Exactly. The programs are like sewn together, like physically sewn together, like seamstress. Apollo had seamstresses that were sewing the rope memory together, like you'd sew a piece of cloth together, like a shirt or something. They had tailors making the rope memory, and that, like, the programs are on that, which is just, who the frick thought of that? Like, that's some stuff right there, dude. That is some stuff. That's some stuff, man. What, how did you, like, crazy. It's so cool. Anyway, that's the Curious Mark. That's the Curious Mark channel. They've been restoring an Apollo guidance computer to full functionality, which is amazing considering they found it on frigging eBay. And they say advancing space industry is not worthwhile. Look at this thing, dude. Look at this thing. There's your ECS right there, right? Coolant. Reaction control system. So that's your reaction control system pressures. That's the RCS temperature. Your fuel is right here. Those are your fuel gauges. There's your mission timer and everything. This would display what the disky was showing. Those digital displays would pop up again up here. So if you're looking out the window to land, right, you have your attitude control, right? And then you have your timer and everything right there. You know, like, it's crazy because it's so ridiculously simple, but it's also not simple. Like, that's pretty straightforward stuff, but making this is in the 1960s is just, what in the actual balls is going on here? It's unbelievable. Is that a Supra? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here, check this out. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You guys want to see something cool? So you can't load the straight embedded image because Reddit sucks. Yep, there's your helium right there. So you got to pressurize the helium tanks to get the engines and the thrusters to work. That is helium. Okay, so yeah, you'd switch from your ascent helium tanks to your descent helium tanks. So that switch would be over here if they were going to land. Supercritical pressure, ambient pressure, and off. You got to pressurize your helium tanks. The helium tanks are feeding into bladder tanks that hold NTO and MMH, and they squeeze, the helium gets pumped in and it actually squeezes the bladder in the tanks, and that's how they make pressure. Cool thing, spacecraft still do that. Dragon still does that. You have bladder tanks, man. Really smart. Descent helium, descent helium. Dude, I could look at this all day. This is so cool. Radar altimeter. Well, that's radar altimeter controls. Your radar altimeter display, I'm guessing, is that. But I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, dude, they were using bladder tanks. And you know what the crazy thing is? You want to know how confined it is in here? That's the door. No footrests. That's the door. There's no seats in this thing. You had to stand up to fly it. Yeah, you don't want to mix ullage. Yeah, you need it. Yeah, bladder tanks are very important. But anyway, the whole Curious Mark channel is just pure, straight space nerd pornography. It's amazing, dude. Talking about flight decks, the USAF revealed the B-52's updated flight deck. Did we get some digital displays for... Dude, did I tell you guys that Jack saw the test mule B-52 fly over? It was flying around Brownsville. It's really screwing with me. I mean, first of all, this looks like this is from the 80s. It's really screwing with me seeing MFDs and PFDs next to a throttle quadrant from 1958. That is really... That's really, really weird. How did 3 people live in that? The LEM only holds 2 people. They didn't. That's the lander, Clayton. It only holds 2. You saw the South Bomber here in Aussie land. Oh, yeah. Imagine using the hammocks. I've never used the hammocks, but I've shook the hand of a guy that did. Yeah, that was their solution to if you had to sleep in the Lem. 2 hammocks. One of them is hanging from front to back, and the other one's hanging left to right, and they're on top of each other. Hammock bunk beds. That was their solution. That's the lightest way to do that. All right. Anyway, kind of steampunky. It's something, dude. Anyway, so we worked on our water systems here. We worked on our heating systems. The heating system should be working. I don't like that that's off-centered, but whatever. We have 1 heat pumping station, and I decided with the heat plant to, I mean, I have to redo it. The heat plant is over here now. We worked on the heat plant, and we worked on coal storage for the heat plant, and we worked on belting in heat storage, and the last thing I did was a start of the granite line here. The belt line for refining granite. A little short there, yeah, right. All right, anyway, the heat plant needs new output pipes here, so. Oh yeah, that's right, we have to, make it go down 10 feet. Hold on. I'm gonna connect this. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna connect this line. Keep it nice and straight. I'll connect it in there, in the center port. Actually, you know, yeah, actually that should be okay. Now, another thing that I'm wondering is, do any of these buildings here need heat? I don't think so. Because, yeah, that would pop up. It looks like none of the construction buildings need heat. What needs heat over here? Power plant needs heat. Anything over here? Nope. Might as well use those rocks. You don't want to take them for granted. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha! Ostrich lab. No, power plant supplies power to the station. It doesn't need heat. But it just showed it. It just... Oh, no. I'm reading that wrong. I'm reading it wrong. It doesn't need it. That's not heat. That's electricity. That's electricity powering the heat exchanger. Yep. I see it. It's orange. Hey, man, Joel, what's going on? All right, so that figures that out for the most part. Now we got to do water. The other thing I have to really check is I'll just use a regular building over here. Yep. The clothes factory just needs plumbing and water. It does not need heat. Okay. Water and sewage, yeah, excuse me, sorry. Alright, so if we're gonna... I want to put the clothes factory, like, in this area right here. We want to put in the provisions for 2 clothes factories and a fabric factory eventually, right? We're gonna need warehouses to stockpile chemicals and whatnot. And that's all fine and dandy. Now, I wanted water and sewage and stuff to be over here. We do have to start digging out the retention pond here. So where are we? We're 39 feet above sea level. So we gotta... If you dig down far enough, you'll get to sea level. Should be right around now. There's water. And we can use that to start our sewage treatment. I heard beeping. I thought the beeping was a UPS going off, but no, it's just a truck backing up. Truck backing up on Starbase Live, that is. Later in the day, you should look at Boston Dynamics' new video. I actually saw a clip of it on social media today, Halsey. Yeah, the thing's doing cartwheels and handsprings and stuff. It's pretty cool. God, I love that. So this is going to be the start of our retention pond. The retention pond will initially be for sewage, right? And then, you know, down the road we'll put in a sewage treatment plant, and we can do the piping logic to make it so eventually we can unplug the, we will unplug a direct line and have it go into the sewage treatment plant. Like, we can just make it a direct dump, and then you kind of have to deal with the pollution. But once again, the reason why I wanted to put this over here is because it's not near where anybody lives. Anything that's going to go in these surrounding areas is going to be all industry, so I'm not too worried about it. It's going to smell like a paper mill, though. Is this the start of a Stalinator? Yep. Hang on 1 second. It's a draft in the garage. It just blew my, it blew the door to the office open. Not a lot, but yeah, gonna figure that one out. Okay, so, you know, sewage treatment plants do have ponds that they retain. So what I'm gonna do, that Disky dude, that's so damn cool. I love it. What I'm gonna do is I'll just go find something with a retention pond and we'll... No wet beaver Wednesday. No. I said this would be workers, dude. I wanna get this to the point where we're unpausing. We're falling behind. I'll look at Detroit. Detroit, that's Chicago. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like Lake Erie. That's Lake Michigan. All right. Homestead, Riverview, River Rouge. Here we go. Is there any type of... Yep, there's pond retention right there. Yeah, see, they did the same thing. All right. Those are sewage holding tanks right there. All right, let's just get our measuring tool here. 700 feet by 2. Ooh. I'm not sure if that's actually a retention pond, but 730 by 200. Yeah, there's no treatment. I mean, they got their holding tanks there. Those are sewage holding tanks. That's what they look like. Hey, Zaldafax, 40-month resub, and pray for Mary, 31-month resub. Thank you. That could be industrial discharge. That's why it's kind of cordoned off. Remember, it's going through an industrial process. There's sewage treatment right there. That's a big treatment plant. Holy crap. Wow. All right, I see what you're talking about, Fluff. Yeah. Okay. All right, I got you. All right, what measurements are we talking about here? No, that's the clone tool, idiot. Oh. It's actually pretty much in line. We got infestations. Apollo 13 fit 3. Yeah, Andrew, that's right, in the LEM. Yeah. Hang on, let me get the right height here. I like taking the time to do this right. I don't know if you guys could tell by the rest of the map. Actually, this does not necessarily need to be flattened, but we'll flatten it anyway. Now, my main sewage treatment area is probably going to go right here. I don't know what people are asking. Why'd you make it crooked parallel to the roads? I don't know. It looks cool, and it's easier to make it go with the grids. Are there key walls in this game? Negative.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's a big sewage plant on the east side of DC. This side of the Potomac. Yep. All the knowledge from earlier playthroughs comes together. Alright, so I know I just flattened this, but what we gotta do, in order to get the sewage discharge, right? We have to, you can only put it so far above because non-dimensional water, like the water doesn't flow, just needs to be on a shoreline. But if I do that, you gotta screw with the terrain here. So I'll do that myself, and we'll make a little step right here. What's Yakograd got for waste management infrastructure? Nothing right now. But apparently that's highly profitable if you know what you're doing. I can't wait until EJN pauses and then we get to watch the Republic grow for 4 straight streams. You screwing with me right now, Stuart? It doesn't have a dump? No, not yet. I really don't think we're gonna need that much, but that's, yeah, that's what we have the provision. Might as well, right? Like, are there taxis in this game? There's a bus and kind of. Well, actually, you know, Pigeon, I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, is there? I don't think there's taxis. You can use lines to make like a 4-door car go from one facility to another. That's definitely a thing. Oh, I need to give it. I need to give it one more. So the bus stops in this game kind of work like taxi stands. People go to the bus station if they need to go somewhere, and they'll stay there until a vehicle comes by that's close to the destination or going to the destination that they're trying to get to. So your bus stations kind of work like taxi stands, but they kind of don't. They can be picked up by any vehicle that can hold passengers, Shaw, yeah. Alright, so once again, I'm putting in provisions for a bunch of sewage. Like, you really don't need to have this much, but I'll put in enough for 3. It should be adequate. Okay, so the run for this road, gonna have to smooth here. And then we'll do the road grading trick so this doesn't look like it's going down into the pit of despair here. The pit of despair. This is just gonna be a single wide road, so it doesn't need to be crazy. But this is a good way to give you the right of way that you're looking for with the terrain. Right there. So you go here, connect that road to that road, grade, but don't place the road. Do it again. You can go over here and do it again. Actually, if we really wanted to do this right, probably one more. One more over here because the road curves would do us correctly here. Now you have a pretty decent right of way for your road, but that's still a bumpy mess. Right? If we go to our profile tool here, that's where the road's going to be. Right? Look, it's a bumpy mess. So this is where you get in with the smoother tool. You start laying this out, making it look nice. This is how you make ramps. This is the best way that I've found to make ramps in this game. I'm sure there's another way to do it. I gotta be careful. This is... You want to make sure all the lines are equal to each other, like they're equal spacing. But if you go too ham with the smooth tool, it's not going to look exactly right. See, like right here? Right there, it started to make a hump. We don't want that. The reason why is because you can't move the terrain around the roads. So, you don't want to go too crazy with the smoother. Right? But that... Yeah, it kind of goes up right there a little bit. I want to just go down with it just a smidge. And then just hit it with the smoother, and now you got a nice profile. The smoother the curve, the easier it is for vehicles to drive on it, dudes. Remember that. Now we can get rid of our placement roads, and... Yeah, it didn't like that. There we go. Nice. So now that your road has a nice right of way, remember you can't move the terrain around the road, so now you backfill. This is where you'd put in retaining walls in real life. You'd backfill it, but you don't have that. So the road is holding the terrain in place. Yeah, it lets you tweak your profile curve, man. Best, dude, that is one of the best features for the terrain tools in this game. By a long shot, man. I may have gone a little too hard with this. Yeah, relax that edge. That's good enough. Okay. Cool. Alright, perfect. Now the rest of this, let's get our flat from over here, right? And let's flatten out the rest of this so we could put in provisions for our sewage treatment. Now, once again, initially, we're just going to have a discharge. Just dump it in the pond. But this area that I'm flattening right now, we could eventually put a sewage treatment facility. Eventually. And if you want your terrain to be really flat, you just kind of hold over here and wait. If you notice some of the dots that are for where your terrain should be modified, some of the dots have another dot inside of them. That's terrain that still needs to be modified. the topographical lines in workers don't necessarily tell you the fidelity of your flatness. That's why the profile tool is amazing. Honestly, if cities had the profiling tool, the terrain profile tool, it would be one of the, yeah, that would be the best, because I think cities has better terrain tools than workers does, but the profile tool is mint. That's how I'm grading every road, and you know I love doing that. That's how all these interchanges have a really nice steady grade. I use the profile tool, the smoother, and the auto grader with roads to make it look right. The road is a structural component of the terrain? Yeah, kind of, Vine. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so once again, I put in provisions for 3 sewage discharges. I really don't ever think we're going to get that to be that much, but... Hang on one second. Just want to check something here real quick. Okay, cool. Sorry, I needed to look into something real quick. On-screen celebration for Titan! Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Alright. So, it says that a sewage discharge can do 25,599 gallons of waste. What? Oh no. Dude. 2,600 gallons of wastewater. You know what I just realized? Past cities have dude, I had like in Bakalakadakstan, I had like a 5,000 person city on a single sewage discharge pipe. Oh no. Yeah, yeah, and they were all connected to large pipes, which flow 44,815 gallons at max flow rate. So... $44815 divided by 2,600. What the hell? No, 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 no! Dude. So, okay, here's what happens. These things have a localized storage, your septic tanks. Or sewage tanks for short. They have a localized, it's not really a septic tank, it's a sewer, right? There's localized sewage storage, so my guess is that it backed up on the sewage tanks. That's my guess. Oh no. Do you want to check? No. No, I don't. These were acting as sewage fluid buffers. That's the only explanation. And let's make sure that we have enough space here for this, for the treatment plant, should we decide to do it. Well, not should, when we decide to do it. Honk honk. I don't think your city's had sewage problems, though.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Shaw, they... I don't know. Hey, Tipsy, what's up, man? 63-month resub. Hey, Subcooler, I'm doing just fine. Dude, I don't know. How much can the big sewage plant handle? 77,999. Okay. The sewage treatment plant could handle the it can handle 2 big sewage pipes. Like almost 2 big sewage pipes at maximum. And it produces 114,000 gallons. But it also, yes, 12,000 wastewater. I don't do sewage treatment, I just dump it. Ando, the only way I do... so what makes sense to me with sewage treatment is... Actually, yeah, why? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, why? Why would you... I don't get it. Why would you do this? So we're equipped here. Those are medium lines. Right there. This is a big line. We are equipped up to... for that sewage line. We're equipped up to 44,000 gallons a day. Something we're nowhere near. The water consumption is 13,000 gallons a day. So I'd assume same in, same out, plus a little bit more, right? Because sewage, right? Yeah, and we know that our water line is nowhere near that. Yeah, everything is overestimated. Okay, cool. So, you know, now that I'm thinking, dudes, why? Why even have this in the game? Like, what is the... You could just dump it if you're worried about pollution, I suppose, right? It's to reduce pollution, yeah. Right? Like, that's really what it's for. Yeah, you have to take care of it. I mean, I'm gonna design for it, but yeah, we'll put a little bit of a memorandum on when the we want to make this thing. Probably not going to need to make it right away. At all. And I'll just have a direct discharge sewage pipe here. I don't like the way those lines are set up at all. Okay, so obviously those three are going to connect in there. Those three will probably come down here and connect into that. And then we have enough for our inputs over here. Once again, I'm probably not going to build this right away, and we'll probably be fine with just a regular sewage discharge. I don't seem to recall my previous maps ever having a problem like this. Do you have plans for what you actually implement first? Roughly, Ingram? Roughly we do. Now, how many people does that sewage treatment plant take? Let's go back over into the sewage plant. 20, so provisions for 20. That's easy. Okay. Once again, guys, I think it would be a fair thing. It would be a fair thing to say that by the time I get this thing running, I'll at least have the cars here. I don't think we need to put a bus stop over here. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we need to do that. Did you see the Stationeer's new maps? What are your thoughts on the maps not being infinite anymore? Oh. They're not infinite? I don't know. Just put in a flat for sewage treatment only. I'm good. Alright, so sewage lines. How is this going to work now? Let's run the lines over here first. I'm going to put in provisions for another switch over here. And sewage is going to go... Because we can't have the sewage go down into this ditch. If it goes down into that ditch, it won't be able to run to the plant. So we got to keep it elevated here. This, believe it or not, is a temporary road. I don't need that. I replaced it with that temporary road. This was just so the truck could get to the other bulldozer depot over there. What we are going to need is a road that goes here, but it's going to look like that. All right, cool. Alright, so let's go back into underground view. Make sure we're at 10 feet. Sewage line goes through the roundabout. And connects in there. Now, I will put another switch. No, we'll put switches over there. That's fine. Once again, it can't run under that road or else it's not gonna... It won't work correctly. Now, we need switches here. So initially... I'm going to have it bypass and go to here. The way... And I want 3 lines here for a potential bypass. That would be the right way to do that, I think. Now we would run 1 line here, and then run 1 line... Nope, that's at a depth of 4. We don't want that. Oop. Did I not? Oh, I didn't. Okay, so what I want to do is, you know, cable management, so to speak. We want to make sure we're at a depth of 10, because all of our sewer lines are 10 feet. I mean, water is too, for what it's worth. But, all right, now get rid of that. Now, that line is stuck at 10 feet, so I want to put another one, and then I want to put another one right there. I don't know why it bent the outlets there, but whatever. Okay, so now this one... I need connected into there. This one... You know what? They're not railroad tracks. I don't want curvy pieces. It looks weird. Nope, that also doesn't work. Okay, maybe we do go with the curvy pieces. Screw it. Okay, maybe not. Okay. Now, over here, we take this off-grid snap. It's set to a depth of 14. We don't want that. We want to set it depth of 10. Right? 1. Take off, snap to line. Right? 2. 3. Now, that one's longer because of the line snap depth, but alright. Now, take the one in the center. Put it right there. Set that to line snap. Set that to line snap. Right? And then there's not a building in the way. Nice try. But whatever. Now this gives us the provisions. I mean, see, the problem with this is that that's only 2,500 gallons a day. And for what it's worth, this is going to be connected like that. If we want to get the discharge 44,000, right? 44815 divided by 2,600. Yeah, we'd need 17 of those at maximum capacity. So why does it... See, there might be something I'm not understanding here. Because if that's the case, why does it let you connect 3 lines into this thing? That doesn't make any sense. There you go, Pete. Oh, I'm an idiot. Look, sewage tank import. That's the import. That's how much the discharge can hold. It's not flow rate. Okay, we're good. We're fine. This will discharge as much as you throw at it. Okay. I'm good. I'm really happy we figured that out, though. I'll be honest with you. There is some jankiness with the pipes right there. I don't like how it puts those dips in there. That's really annoying. No dips. Not sure why it does that. So the reason why I staggered these is so you could put other... You could potentially put other lines in from different directions. See what I'm talking about? It seems to have a pipe go through another pipe, though, but... I unpaused it for a second yesterday. By accident. Okay, so that's minimum viable. 1 sewage line. We have provisions for 3 other ones, though, right there. You know what I'm thinking, dudes? This is a lot of... Alright, sorry. This was one of those things... This always happens. I build something with it, you know, and I have a good idea, and then I'm always like, you know what? I got a better idea. This is a better way to do this. The better way to do it would just be to follow the road. It's actually less pipe. It's less pipe than all those bends that I was putting in. And if I put my switches in, we could just have the 3 run down here. I didn't do it at the right height, below ground. That's good. Going too fast. It has to be 10. We have building codes here, chat. We have rules. Okay. There. Now I have provisions to dump a couple more in there should we need it. And then we have space for the switches. Eventually we'll connect this all together. This will basically look like that. And then that. Okay. Sewage treatment is going to need electrical power, but that's okay. The last thing we'll do is design the fence for it. I don't want people seeing this.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Put it behind the mirror walls. Hey, Enroy, what's up, dude? Did you see Ferrari doing Ferrari things over the weekend? That's fun, isn't it? That's fun, right? It's what we enjoy doing. I'm not coping at all. $100 months, man. Can you believe that? Thanks for being here, dude. It generally means a lot to me. Genuinely, I mean. Didn't suck for Piastri, though. But yeah, but I don't care about Piastri. That's the problem here. So this photo was released in an article about the Space Force. Look at the third screen from the left. Seems we have some OPIR assets watching Starship. Why did it... Why did it... you know, whatever. Whatever, Phil. Whatever. Super Work calls, I missed the sewer layout. I don't even play this game, but it's very interesting to watch. I basically dug out a pond, and we have 3 discharges, future-proofing. I put where I want the sewage treatment plant to go. And then eventually, right, if we ever do get the sewage treatment plant up, I'll put a switch right here, temporarily disconnect this line, and then switch it into the input for the plant. But that sewage treatment plant is never going to, dude, that's like super late game. I just put in the provisions for
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Because, like, that, yeah, I just put in the provisions for it. It doesn't, you know what? Hold on. Let's screw around with the mirror wall. Did I just get rid of all of it? No. Okay, cool. See if we can make the Mara wall follow the train tracks. I actually kind of like that. Looks cool. It almost looks like a sound barrier. I thought about that. I thought that would be a cool idea in a, like, future city to put the Mara walls on either sides of the track to make it look like a sound barrier. Like sound insulation. But, I don't know. Never did it. Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll get to a point where we can do it in this save. Who knows? Alright, cool. So, obviously we still need electrical over here somehow. Maybe we'll, like, wind power it or something. Do we have wind power unlocked? No, we don't. Okay, let's save. Alright, sewage is good. Now water. Water, the water wells and stuff don't pollute at all as far as I can tell. Like, yeah, they don't. When are you starting construction on this? The faster I get this done, the faster we're going to start construction, dude. Yeah, guys, what I figure is the best way is to plan everything. So that's what I'm doing. Plan it all out. Yeah, I mean, that's how the Soviets did it. You plan everything before you start building. Like, you blueprint an entire city. I'm kind of impressed that they actually did this. That's... I mean, it's like building a company town on steroids. Like, I must say, I'm impressed, but, like, you know, not at the expense of, like, shooting any dissenting views. Shooting people in the face that have dissenting views from you. But it still is, it's a pretty impressive industrial effort, I must say. Even though it's basically, it's all of our freaking equipment, but whatever. Actually, a good example is Slavic. Like, right here. Dude, they just plopped that entire city down. Like a whole freaking city, just in the middle of nowhere. Like, just sprang up civilization. That's impressive, dude. Look at all the garages. And then forcing people to live there. Well, yeah, duh. There's the substation. There's your power lines. Yeah, dude, they just crapped this out. What the heck is that? Disused factory of some type. Like, I still think the way that, you know, we do it over here in the West is probably a better idea. But, it's pretty cool. You just crap that out. Train station and everything. Just scrapped it all out. No problem. Alright, we want to build a whole city here. So yeah, I mean, you'd have to plan the whole damn thing out, at least to an extent. And what I'm finding is that the right way to do it is to plan it all out. And then, this is going to sound stupid. In your initial plan for expansion. So, when you go to add to your city, you make it easy to add to it. Like, modular, if that makes any sense. Guys, I'm almost thinking put the water right here. See, I would really like to put the water... Put it right here. It's not a bad idea. But I wanted to put flats here. I wanted to put apartment blocks here. Because this, well, very nice, is not enough. That's not enough to do what I wanted to do initially. The quote-unquote 5-year plan here, right, is to get textiles. We're going to start with cloth, right? And then, with the profits from cloth, we build food. And then from there, I don't know where we're going to finance. I don't know what we're going to finance from there, but you get the idea. Like, I'm planning it out, actually, like 5-year plans. It's weird how that works. You know? I still have to put a courthouse into this design too, by the way. We need a courthouse, and because I put a police station down. And see, now everybody says you don't need to worry about criminals until you get past like 5,000 people in your city. But I find that if you don't worry about it at all, you're gonna get to 5,000 and your crime rate's gonna be unstoppable, and you have to scale your police force like crazy. I'm almost thinking the right move here is to build up to, like, have it grow, like start with police from the start and have it grow into the dang thing. Call it a 5-year mission. 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds. To seek out new profits and new resource mining. To boldly do what everybody else in the world is doing. Pretty much, Ein. Profits, how dare you face wall? You do not tell me to face wall. I profit for all of us. You face wall. So yeah, we don't have enough people in this design. This is good for 1,760. We need 2,000. Now, 1,600, I wrote down 1,600 is enough to cover clothing, 3 shifts for clothing, 3 shifts for fabric, 3 shifts for food, and 3 shifts for alcohol. That's enough to cover all of it. But that doesn't include all the civil buildings, so like supermarkets, police stations, theaters, party headquarters, sports hall, fire station. If we really wanted to do this right, we would need basically another set of flats right here. All right, let me check something. Maybe we can do 2 sets of flats here, which we're at 1,760, and each flat holds 110, right? That'll put us at 1980. 1,980 population if I had 110 to 1,760. Or, no, 1,760, well, 110 per, and we're putting 2 down, so plus 220. Yeah. Okay. So hold on a second here. Hold on a second here, Professor. Let's do this way. Ready? So let me grab the nice flat. Which way are we placing them? They're placed like this. The only problem with these flats is that I don't think they're in range of the school. They aren't. Alright, just humor me here. Put that there. Connect that in there like that. That almost puts them in range. No, I don't want to use the clone tool. Not this time, Casey, but yeah, I have used it in the past. I mean, keep in mind, if we pave everything, even if it's gravel, even if we graveled it, it would still... They need to be in range of that kindergarten right there. They're in range of almost everything. Supermarket. They're in range. They're in heater range, too. They're in range of the bus station, which is useful. Might I suggest rounding up your workforce? 2,000 is rounded up, Gaw. The thing that I'm trying to do is... The other thing that I want is water. I would like to put my water treatment plant in range so people could walk to it to work. Because it doesn't pollute. There's no downside in putting this next to where people work. That's just less transport that you need. Is your clothing factory close enough to the kindergartners to get labor? It's messed up, man. EG, you're back. I love your commitment to the stream. Yeah? Yeah, I'm here. The only other place I can think of that wouldn't be the worst idea is right here, but you're still not in range. You're not in range of the schools. The children yearn for the mines. All right, here's what we're doing. We're gonna gravelize this. Basically the direct path that I want. Just so maybe I can get an idea on range here. These paths are all going to get graveled anyway. Get graveled, idiot. But the gravel will give you a better walking distance. Let's see. If I put a flat down right here, and we connect that in, it's not detecting the walking ability for gravel. Whatever, these are all going to be gravel anyway. I thought that that's how that would work. You should be able to... Oh. Footpath. There it is. Yeah, look, see, even with gravel, they can walk anywhere. Yeah, that gravel footpath extends the range to the school. Excellent. And if we gravel everything, yeah, I think we're going to be in the clear here. All right, so let me try it. Let's go like this. I don't want to use the clone tool because this is a straight part and these are curved. So I don't exactly want the clone tool to, yeah, you get the idea. Actually, how I built this methodically was to do... You do a 200-foot road like that, and then you get a big waste container. Right? And then you set the flats so they're 137 feet from the waste container. Yeah, that's too close. It's too close to the street. I don't want it that close to the street. Just in case I have to mess with the street in some way, shape, or form. It will take them longer to walk, which reduces the time they'll be able to work. It's walkable distance to the school, dude. Come on. Walkability to the school. Oh, nice, Tessa. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go ahead and guess, Tessa, without checking those coordinates, that it didn't end well. Take a look, it's pretty much all there. I want to get this done, dude. I don't... But you're not gonna stop until I go and see it, so... Oh yeah, there it is. Neat. Cool. It's not detecting the walkability of the footpaths here, which is kind of annoying because it just said it would a second ago. But it said it would with the smaller flat, interestingly enough. Not enough. Okay, I gotta rethink this. What if we, what if I kept going with the curve and then just built a copy of this? Or right here. We might not have the space to do it. And it's gonna kind of go right up next to the highway, but... That profile doesn't match. Still doesn't match. Alright, here. Let me get rid of this road for a second. Build the straight for the intersection. That's pretty damn close. Okay, so this offers us a little bit more space over here, so we could keep going with the design, but I could keep going with the design. They should have access to the supermarket. That shouldn't be a big deal, right? Like, so by that logic, we should have a road going out here somewhere. D-Money, what's up, man? I had a late night... You had a late night thought last night that I know you know the answer to. Why does Starship not go straight to V3 if they already know what it's going to be? It takes time to retool your rocket assembly line to do something like that, D-Money. So they're launching what they have. Make sense? You figured there's a obvious reason. Right on, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're doing, dude. Oh. I'm trying to match the curve, guys. So, hold on. Easy way to do this would be to go from there to there. There to there. I know this looks ridiculous. Just bear with me. There's probably a better way to do it too, for what it's worth. But that's the guy. Yep. Sometimes it doesn't want to play nice. Sometimes it doesn't want to play nice, but it doesn't know about us. See? There we go. So now I can put in some provisions here. We can put in some provisions. We could put our water right here. And then we can put another set of flats. And we could have another school here. And that actually gets us a... I could probably do two there, school, kindergarten over here, the supermarket's right there. They'll be fine. And then we put the water. If we put the water plant behind that right there, then we're good. The other thing that we're going to need is a water pipe and a sewage pipe coming this way, but that's okay. That should be easy to figure out. Per our designs, they should be, well, lined up with this. In retrospect, I'm kind of annoyed that I made this road curve. Kind of annoyed. But that's because the highway needed to curve. But it's alright. It looks fine. That looks so clean, it puts your cities to shame. All it takes is some planning, dude. Well, you know what? I wouldn't call this some planning at this point. I wrote a note to myself, dude, when we first started this. It was right here in the grass, but it was go slow. Go slow. There's no need to rush. I mean, the only need to rush would be to make sure I'm not boring you guys, but yeah, go slow. Some planning 19 sessions later. Has more time passed in real life than in game? I don't know. I mean, I'd say 19 days. Like, this is part 19. 19 days to plan an entire city is pretty friggin' good, dude. Considering, like, I'd say I'm doing all right. It was backwards to all the other ones. See how on one side it has like this piece right here that kind of sticks out? I have all the stick out pieces going towards this road. That one's a smidge close to that road, but it's alright. If I may be candid, I'd personally like to see it get moving along sooner rather than later. That's why I'm trying to get this done fast, dude. Dude, actually, we're almost there. It's electricity and water. I'm gonna move this road just a little bit over. It gives room for the footpaths. So right now, oh, that's all crooked. What the hell? All right, hold on. Guys, I'm just gonna power grind this out. all right, I'll explain what I'm doing and then I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna build another set here, another set of flats right there, and another set of flats right there. Over here, kindergarten and school, water plant right here. I need sewage provisions coming in here to line up with our other sewage provisions there. Once that's done, sewage line is hooked up. The sewage line is gonna... Yeah, I put a switch there. We should... Can't make the sewage line go... I might be able to make it go across, but it needs to maintain a 10-foot depth. So I might have to make the sewage line go across here. Which means I probably move the switch here so it can split correctly so I can save some line on pipes. Sewage line will go here. It'll go under the water treatment facility. We'll have sewage and water right there, just like the other plan over here. Right? Yeah, and then you have the flats, kindergarten and school, supermarkets right there. We're good. Alright, so let me kind of just copy this a little bit. So we have footpaths here in this design. They go like that. Alright, so I'm gonna shut up for a second, just enjoy the sounds of placement. After I do all that, last thing we gotta do is put in the substations for electricity and then we're good. Frick off, nature. Told you I didn't want you around. We'll make more nature later in other places. Yeah, we'll make better nature with trees and blackjack and... This is the part where, like, we'd have a time lapse and stuff. Like, if this was like a YouTube video, it would just be like... Okay. Okay, water treatment now. So how did I do this? Water on the left, sewage on the right. Okay, so sewage tank. And then the switches would be behind them. Sewage switch has to go outbound. Like that, and then the water switch needs to be going inbound. Like that. Can I connect it anywhere? Of course you can't. Good enough. All right, medium pipe. There. That's medium, right? Yep, okay, cool. Medium pipe here. Outbound for sewage. Okay, those are all designed. Are these guys within range of heat? They are. Is that guy in range of heat? Yes, that guy. I didn't check. Okay. Quick pause for saving. All right. So we're going to start with a small water well. And then you need a pump coming out of the well. I always go with the big pumping station just because. Now, the small water well. Maximum daily production, 18,199 gallons of water. So 2 medium water pipes should be enough. That's enough to pump that. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Now, sometimes I have a buffer for sewage treatment here. Or for treatment. So I would put a fluid buffer here in the form of a water tower. How much does that thing hold? 18,000. The underground water reservoir holds 129,000 gallons. But the water tanks will give you better water pressure. Did you do the math right for the heat? You were here when I did it, dude. Well, let me put it this way. I certainly hope so. Pretty sure I did. If not, it's also a modular, scalable system, Violent. I was really the most worried about the distance, but yeah, the heat plant, the large heating plant produces 210 gigajoules. That should be enough. It's 210 gigajoules of heat energy. If that's not enough for a 2,000-person city, I would really be curious to see how efficient the heaters are in this game. Okay, so the treatment facility, maximum production is 31,000, but it's only getting fed 18. So the 2 pipes out should be good enough. We could do 1 large pipe into the water tower. That should do us right. You know what? I have a better way of doing this. That was I just ran into one of those times where I figured out a better way to get this done. So I want everything to be lined up so we could do the least amount of pipes, but we need a line for that. And now that I have one, we can use the measuring tool to create a nice profile. I usually line this up on the I usually line it up on the grids. There you go. Okay, that's our service road. Access there, access there, access there, access there. Cool. Now we just got to run the pipes. So 2 mediums out from there, just like we talked about. (11 to 11), and then 1 big boy pipe out from there to there. And then 1 big pipe to the switch. So from there, a medium water pipe can go right to there. Perfect. And now, we have our large water pipe. Make sure we set the right depth to 10. There needs to be a pump between the water tower and the... Yep, you're right. Yeah, you need a pump so it pumps up into the water tower. I really don't want a direct output from the water tower to this. Yeah, I'd rather feed all the places more, well, quote unquote, in parallel. Wait, was that 10 feet? Good. You know what? Man, I keep finding better ways to do it. I keep finding better ways to do it. Timberborn got you hooked, Raiden? Yeah, it does that. That's good enough. Now, if I want to, I could send a pipe that way. Now, over here on the sewage side of things, we're gonna get rid of that. We'll leave that sewage switch there. It doesn't really matter, but this makes more sense if we do this. We need a big sewage line here. Make sure our depth is set to 10. Right, do that. And then over here, this is a medium line. Make sure depth is set to 10. It is. I have a feeling, just in case, that I probably should put a sewage line switch somewhere in the ballpark, like right here. Call it a hunch. You know what? There's no need for that switch to exist. We'll just do it right. And then actually that one, let's make sure that that's a large line. I have a, you know, call it a gut feeling that that needs to be like that. It's gonna take a while to make that freaking pipe, but the investment is worth it. So out of curiosity, I looked up a guide, and apparently for water reservoirs, pump logic is reversed, aka you need a pump out but don't need a pump in. I don't understand, Sneaky. Oh, yeah. If you want to pump water into a water tower, you need a pump. But you don't need a pump out because of Archimedes' principle. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah. No, this, I'm telling you, man. This game's a real deal. Games, it's the real deal, dude. Okay. Water's ticked off. I just got to connect all the switches, the switch footpaths. There's switching network, and then I incorporated the sewage line in. That footpath doesn't need to exist. And are we walkable? Oh, yeah. Cool. Last thing we got to do is just put a school and a kindergarten right here. You know, right by the highway. Whatever. I think I'm going to redo this road just a little bit. And I'll put another road right there. And we put the school and everything over here. I'm sorry? That what I They can't get to the last flat. We'll chalk that one up to it being dirt roads. I'm pretty sure with a gravel pathway they can get anywhere. There. With those footpaths now. Okay. Oh, Can they reach a bus stop? Those ones can't for some reason. I think it's having trouble reading some logic there. Oh. You know, it helps if you connect the damn footpaths together, dude. Okay. Okay. An inline bus stop on that input road. But it's right, the other one's right there, Sneaky. There's no way they can't get access to this if we pave the roads. There's no way. Like, or pave all the footpaths. With the gravel, it should be okay, right? Like, we can... It's not reading these guys being able to get to the damn grocery store. Yeah, there's no way that that's not gonna work. Let's just see. I really like to get it so they can get within range with dirt, but another thing that we could do with the footpaths is put another staircase over here. Obviously, we can't put one there because there's a bus station, but that might give them... Ah. See? Dude, you really just have to connect every single footpath into everything else, huh? Oh, no. They're out of range of the heat exchanger. It's all right. I have a plan. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes, this is what I want. Yes. You know, if we're gonna do all this, hold up. I just had another interesting idea. If we're gonna do this, you know, let's do this. Put the station right there so the bus can get in, right? Could even I don't know what that's gonna do, but all right. All right, so we'll put another bus station over here at the very end. Because technically that bus station would be like right here in this design, but there's a highway in the way, so that's obviously not happening. So if we're going to put a bus station over here, I had an idea. All right, we obviously need a heating plant, right? So we need a heat exchanger. The heat exchanger can go in the exact same spot that it, or similar enough of a spot here. Right? Can we get our big old pumping lines? I'm just gonna retool this a little bit to look a little bit nicer. Maybe I can tighten up the curve on that one. Bingo. I like running the lines together, man. What can I say? Shortest distance possible. There. Ah, didn't know you had such tight curves. Be quiet. All right, so if we're gonna do this, now we have the space to put more municipal facilities over here, which is good. That's a good thing. So here's what we're doing. I'm gonna go in here like this, and we're getting a technical university, not that one. We're getting the technical university, and I'm putting it right there by this new bus stop. Just like that. Now they're gonna need a sporting hall over here. They need some culture or whatever. See this? This is art. That still doesn't solve the sporting problems, though, does it? And honestly, hold on. That can't be like that because we need to make the footpaths that cross. We gotta make that freaking thing. Okay. Why did I make them so complicated? No, you know what? This isn't as busy a street as the other ones. Just cross the street. I just decided this now. Yeah. It'll make just a crosswalk. This is not going to be as busy of an interchange as these ones over here because we're at a dead end. Only thing you're going to have to deal with is buses passing by, so just do that. It's not a highway, it's a boulevard. Okay. Watch it end up being the worst place to cross. If it is, it's not like I didn't leave provisions to put... I'll leave this area open so we could put... My mind just stopped. That's not good. I'll leave provisions so we could put bridges in if we need to. That was what my brain was trying to do. Sorry, I'm still in that, whole go fast mode. Alright, that... They're still gonna need a sporting hall, aren't they? Hold on. That's not what I want. So right here, junk that for a moment. There. That looks like it would connect to that road under other circumstances, but I want this to feed this entire area. So now, we're going to need another sporting hall over here. You know what? We'll give these guys the indoor pool. The sporting hall is already over there. I don't want to build a pool. You know what? Maybe don't put that there like that, and then maybe take the theater and put the theater on the main road. Outdoor sporting fields? We could put those too. Just don't like it that there's a theater across the damn street. Have you tried the game shortcuts? Game shortcuts? Is there a library? I will build this. The Natural History Museum. That's super cool. I don't know. Technical University's kind of in the way, huh? You know what? Hold on. Let's try this. Maybe put the Technical University back a little bit. But still, you still got access to the bus, right? And then put the theater in front of it. That way my movie theaters aren't like too close to each other. We'll have a crosstown movie cinema battle. But the thing is, because it's a Soviet Republic, they will all show the exact same movies. One of the, movies will star famous Bakalaka Dakistani actor Yuri Chapishlongov. Yes, he's very, very talented. Hey, Ollie, I'm doing all right. How are you? Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do here. I haven't figured that out. Medical school next to this. It's a little bit far from the bus stop. I probably want to put like another bus stop over here. But technical and party headquarters are the real big ones. Is that actually in range of a bus stop? No, but it's walkable for most. This is in range of a bus stop. But if I have an intercity bus that goes from here to there, right? Just goes between it and set it to take passengers only. Basically anybody can get anywhere in the city. Or in this town, I guess. Now, the last thing that I don't have is pubs. I forgot about that. We need it. You don't have to. Actually, you know what, dudes? The people will have a longing for alcohol, but only for a second. But, and again, you're now annoyed someone is smoking near your house. I think 9 pubs per block should do it. You know what? Let's try to go without him. We'll have a dry town. Yakograd will be dry. Were you debating a no alcoholism run? It's viable so long as things don't go wrong often, but the happiness crutch can be nice for when issues arise. I'd rather export it. It's better to export it than have, you know, getting high on your own supply, so to speak. Alcohol factory workers will smuggle it out. That's a thing? So, import the labor then. Yeah, we'll go for a dry run. Screw it. That probably isn't what Mr. Yak would want, but it's okay. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to put here, but we'll figure something out. I'm sure there's something that I'm forgetting that we could end up putting there. Medical is actually not a bad one either. I know, Gaw. I know about the Tupolev 22. What a piece of junk that airplane is. Wow. All right, guys. We have sewage. We have water. Last thing is electricity. Oh, that part of the... This part of the high voltage line is not graded. So... Gonna go ahead and grade this tile because why not? Go. Nice and clean. All right, so our electrical lines are coming in over here. I think the right idea would be to run them with the highway. So we need mayoral edicts from Mr. Yak. Uh-oh. I'm thinking. We're gonna... I was gonna say we're gonna need a switching station. So... make a road that goes that way. What about a central city park? Every Soviet city should have a central city park. There you go. I got a fountain right there. It's next to a heat exchanger and the party headquarters. Okay, so big switch here. I don't think I necessarily need a transformer, but... there. Once again, we only really need provisions for one line right now, but... So this is where the double lines in is going to switch. And then now we work on our distributed grid right now. So let's get it to there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What great tracts of land you have here. You don't like her? What's wrong with her? She's rich, she's got huge tracts of land. But father, I just don't want any of that. I don't want it. One day, son, this will be all this will be yours. Oh, with the curtains? No, not the curtains. Well, you have coal? I have a coal power plant over here, at least plans for it. All right, I'm thinking a substation right here. A substation should be able to feed this whole area, especially if if we put like electrical power on this, we could put one substation there, one there, and then we could keep going and have a substation here and a substation here to power anything that's in this area. So it doesn't take much to keep building the provisions into your design here, so that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So if we want to go out with it, we can. Actually, you know what? We don't need to switch that big here. I just changed my mind. It really doesn't need to be that big of a switch. If we want more electricity, we should be able to go off of a switching station over here, or even over here to go that way. And then there's also high voltage over here, so we could connect that in somehow as well. For powering over here. Yeah, a singular station should be good. And then we need a transformer behind it. Like that. Now, what's the max power consumption on like these buildings here? The max power consumption is 13 megawatt hours. Oh, this is where my deficiency in electrical engineering shows. Stretching. Okay. I know that the power plant produces 1,400 megawatt hours, so I think one transformer will be fine, but like I said, we have the provisions for more. Now, what I'm wondering is this thing, I like making it look a little bit, you can make this look a little bit nicer by doing an underground line to the transformer, but specs on the transformer, it's just a step down transformer. You know what? I'll just do the line to it. It's fine. There's our power line extension if we ever want to keep going with it. We can keep going with it across here and then split it up that way. Have you thought about going back to Satisfactory anytime soon? No, I haven't, and I hate it, and I'm never playing it again, DJ. Sorry. Dude, I bounce around from project to project, if you guys haven't noticed. I'll figure out some time for it, dude. I know that 1.1 is coming out soon, so... yeah, we should be able to have some fun with that. Yeah, when we get 1.1, I'll probably mess with it a little bit more, man. Oh, no, dude, I'm sorry. I'm just being a jerk. We'll play it more, man. I gotta finish it. I'm not gonna not finish that project, you know? I'm not gonna... We gotta finish the autumn. Can't not. I don't like that that substation is kind of going up onto the right of way of the highway, but that's all right. Don't you have to completely rebuild it? Some of the hull segments, yeah, sure. Of course. That's no problem, though. That's easy. Easy fix. And then right here, I could put another substation, and that substation can power basically everything in this box, right? And then by that point, if I ever get to the point where we fill in these 4 squares with flats, I really hope I have provisions for another power plant figured out, because yeah, that'll pretty much be the maximum for this. I can play it, Fluffy. I don't want to. It's fun to play, but I just don't need to be reminded about how my franchise game flopped. I don't want to talk about it anymore. You ever look into any of the submarine games, i.e. Sub Hunter? Why do you guys always ask it that way? Oh, you ever looked into this game? What is looking into a game? Like, have I heard about it? Have I seen it? Yeah, I know about those games, Zine. Do I want to play them? No. Like, do I not have enough projects? Like, yeah, maybe someday, dude. Like, I don't like being put in a scenario where I basically give you guys a non-answer, but how am I supposed to answer these questions? Yeah, dude, the reality of the situation is that there's plenty of great games out there, but I like getting my money's worth with the games. So, maybe we'll play them in the future, maybe not. You know, like, it's just a tough question to answer, you know? So we gotta have power by the damn heat exchanger. I'm good if someone doesn't want to play something, but they scratch my itch for brain games like Workers and Resources. I always like hearing about other games people... Dude, I get linked every game that pops out all the time. Like, I had 4 or 5 people link me that Satisfactory 1.1 is coming out, dude. And, you know, I get ads like all the time. Yeah, dude, there's plenty of different games that I would love to play. I just, yeah. I like getting my money's worth. And yeah, I like getting my money's worth with games. That's really the reality of that, dude. That heating plant being right there is really screwing me up. So that means I'm going to need 1 substation here. Alright, let's find homes for everything. I don't mind a substation being there. I'm really wondering if that's 1 substation for this entire, like, quote-unquote pie cut is going to be enough. Because then I can do, if that's good, I can do 1 there. We can do 1 there. We can do 1 more over here. So that's 3. We leave 1 for the heat station. Just put the substation, like, basically right there. That's fine. That's 4. So that leaves me 2. 2 more. That leaves 5 and 6. I could put 5 over here for the clothing factory and 6 over there for technical services and whatnot. And I think that basically will max that substation. But the flip side of that is that what if I don't get it right and we need more of them? How much money do you need in total? How much money in total do you need for all this planning? I have no idea. Didn't like the way that footpath went in there. It didn't like the way that footpath went in there, huh? Okay, then we're gonna do it this way. That sounded like Nick Valentine. Didn't like the way it put that footpath in, huh, kid? Alright. That means the next substation should be... Oh, I deleted the wrong side. Whatever. Okay. I've decided that I'll have the lines run over here. And we'll put another substation basically right here by the highway. That's the right move. I'll have another substation that I have to build to power the textile industry that I want to put here. Guys, the big reason why is because if I don't get this right, we're gonna have to put supplementary stations in. And yeah, gonna have to put supplementary stations in, and I don't want to do, you know, because 3, I don't know, man. And then we obviously need a 4th. Yeah, I want to put overlap in my substations. Yeah, that's the truth. I'm going to put overlap in the stations. Okay. All right, so I have an open one. Hey, dude, this might be giving us the overlap that we need. It's hard to say. You know, and if we run one like right here. Hang on. Answer your dang FaceTime. Answer your dang FaceTime. Answer your dang FaceTime. The phone isn't going off, lady. I don't know what you want. I'll be right back 1 second, dudes. I'll be right back 1 second, guys, okay?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, just had to make a couple phone calls. Stupid phone decided to not work. I think it's getting to the end of its rope there. All right, let's see. Okay, so electrical. Let's think. So how many substations did I put down? I put 5. If we put another one over here, I do believe that's going to give us enough overlap. So let's just place one down there. And say we wanted to do our clothing industry. Yeah, baby. Good. So 2 clothing factories, a fabric factory there. They are out of range of plumbing, but that's okay because the way we set this up, I can just send another drainage and plumbing line that way. Sweet! Excellent. That's perfect. Do you have cotton fields? I have farms. There's no cotton in this game. There's just crops. So you can use crops to make clothes. You can use crops to make alcohol. You could use crops to make food. What's the opposite of granular? Abstracted, excuse me. Hey, King Kitten, you're back at home. My eyes are about to fall out. You had 17 hours of travel. Oh, that's a killer. Yeah, it's a simplification. Yep. But I did build the farm over here. This should be enough fields. It should be enough fields for a lot. You're the man with the grand plan. Yeah, mate. Should be enough to get us crops for a good time. Good while. We'll be here for a while. Why are you saying it like that? Holy crap, the city's gone far. You know what? Runway tool can get us working better. Where the devs from? The devs hail from Košice, Slovakia. Three dudes made this game. I can't believe that three guys made this game. It's unbelievable. It's seriously 3 dudes just cranked out the best city builder ever devised. Like, a lot of the buildings in this game are buildings in this city, which is pretty cool. Like, a lot of the flats. Look, there's the medical university. Or no, that could be the hospital. Could be hospital and medical university. Here, look at that building. Ready? So let's go into medical here. Cool. Neat. That's the hospital. And, well... yeah, hospital with the medical university attached to it. There, dude, it is! Look! Dude, that building is absolutely that building right there. Ah, that's pretty cool. I didn't even notice that. What's this thing in front of it, though? I don't know. A park? It looks abandoned. It looks like there was a building there at some point. Ah, that's pretty funny. But yeah, dude, see? That's, all the buildings in this game are buildings from Koshise. Alright, so let's figure out our wiring. I like using underground wires for the city center. It just makes it cleaner. Okay, so... power lines can be at the surface. I don't really care about that. Like, they can be right at the surface. It doesn't bother me. Once again, I like putting these all underground. I think it makes it look a lot cleaner. Makes the design look a lot nicer. So... we'll get all... see, I was going to say, get all 6 lines going this way and then run the lines under the street. But that means to get to that freaking substation, right? The lines would have to go over here, split, 3 going... 1 going there, 2 going this way, and then 2 going this way. So the power line for that one would be going all the way around, all the way over here. I don't think we really need to do that way. I mean, that's just a lot of resources, man. But then again, our lines are pretty shallow. Yeah, we'll do it. It's fine. We'll do it right. So you know what? I don't like that. It doesn't look nice. It looks like poop. How goes the utility planning? I have the last bit of electrical grid, and then we're all hooked up. And then the last bit of low voltage lines to get to the rest of the city. And then we build out the textile factory, and then, I mean, what I could do is work on granite over here, but construction mats, we want all the construction mats to go over here. So I think while we're building, we could go build out construction mats, but also, yeah, I think we're doing all right. Hang on. It was not uniform to the other two lines. Come on, let me fit 6 lines in here. Hell yeah. Once again, we don't have to build all this at the exact same time. It's... Why did it put those things in there? And... I screwed that up now. That's good. That's so freaking frustrating. I hate it when it makes the, like, the conduit boxes stick out of the damn ground. Stop sticking out of the ground. None of them sticking out of the ground. Yeah, alright. Alright, that one goes there. Okay, let's get all these up to the right mark. Is that pipe not at... Hold on. That heating pipe should be low. We found a bit of heating pipe that wasn't to code. The wire placing logic is so strange sometimes, dudes. Much cleaner placing them underground. And now if we keep the wires, like, once again, relatively low to the surface, or not too far into the ground, this should make it look real nice. Okay, so now we need 2 lines that go this way. 2 lines that are going to need to go down this road. And then we need 2 lines that are going to go down the other road. So... I don't actually think we need any of the center roads here anymore at this point. I leave them in as a service road and a potential guide, but you don't... Yeah, after a while, you don't need them. Okay, cool. Sorry, I had to steal EJ. You got a promotion. Yeah, guys, Bree got promoted. Awesome. Congratulations, baby. I love you. So one of these is gonna... One of those is gonna go right through, and then... It's a freaking wire harness, man. Freaking wire harness, but for an entire damn city. Why did it put those boxes there? No, no. Does the wiring in the 59 look that sharp? Yeah, it's pretty clean, dude. I wired the 59 with a harness from a 1980 Chev, dude. Yeah, it's got it. It doesn't even have a Ford wire harness in it anymore. Yeah, so it is pretty clean. I got rid of a lot of stuff that's not needed. Also, because it's got a motor shop, it's got a motor swap in it. I did clean it all up. I actually wired it on stream. Unfortunately, I think those VODs are long gone because Twitch really, really is trying their hardest to get schooled by YouTube. You know? Yeah, it's got a GM harness in it from... Yeah, it's either the 70s or the 80s. But it's a new kit, but it's based off of a Chevy harness, dude. Because, you know, and much as I don't like admitting this, quite frankly, it's simpler. Okay, dudes. There's the harness. That's the grid. Done. That should keep basically this entire area powered. And initially we can hook it up to imported power. And we will pay a little bit in the long run to build out all this power lines, right? Whereas I could just have a power line that goes this way. But, yeah, this should do it. YouTube chat says congrats on the promotion, Bree. All right. Now the last thing we need, that's sewage, water. We got sewage, water. We got electricity figured out. Bree says thanks, YouTube chat. Hang on, guys. The temperature dropped in here. We're outside. I'm turning the heaters on. It was nice when I got outside this morning, but it was not. It's not nice now. Bree got a promotion. Yep. It's good stuff. Okay. Cool. 73. It's not that here. It is not that. I really don't like how my heating pipes kind of went right through the substation, but that... What are you going to do? Alright, so... One of our minimum industries is already designed. We already got food designed. Now... Yeah, the Ford ignition system is just painful. Yeah, I have a Chevy harness. So, okay, just because I was in the zone there, I didn't really explain it right. So my car has a universal harness. That universal harness, the truck has a universal harness. The universal harness is based off of a 1980 Chevy. Like the color coding and everything, the fuse block, it's all based. It's all like probably like early 1980s tech. Like the wire harness matches like like an 81 Monte Carlo, basically to a T. So I wired that up, and I got rid of Ford's Duraspark ignition system because it's terrible. It's not terrible. It's fine until it breaks, right? Ford to isolate stuff into like, they didn't want to make a PCB, right? So what they did was they took the ignition logic and they put it in basically an aluminum bowl, right? Put all the wiring in there and then submerged it in like plastic. Like they poured like molten plastic in there and submerged it. And then that, that's what the ignition module is. That thing sucks because the plastic has a shelf life. It starts to melt and then it starts getting corrosion in your electronics from the inside out. So Duraspark tubes, they're not ideal. So the ignition system for the 59 is using not a one-wire alternator, but I use an alternator exciter. It uses alternator exciter with an MSD ignition box instead. I have an MSG 6AL ignition box and a ProBillet distributor. Basically, the truck from the 50s has a motor from the 70s with wiring logic from the 80s. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The brake master cylinder is from a Corvette. Yeah. It has power brakes. Two-pot master cylinder that's from a C3 Corvette. That's because it's got front discs. The disc brakes are from, I believe the spindles are from a Ford Econoline, and then the calipers are from like a Chevy truck. It was a disc brake kit. But the master cylinder is from a C3 Corvette. Yeah. It's got stock rear drum brakes in the back. I have a 3-core radiator in it that looks like an old radiator, which is kind of cool. I have a Toyota steering box in there, Element, because the truck has power steering. There's a Hilux steering box in there, believe it or not, guys. Yeah, it's got a Hilux box in it. You can, if you take a Hilux box, you turn it on its side, it matches the geometry for the Ford steering box, but with power steering. So I have a power steering pump on there, and yeah, I got some Toyota parts in my 59. It's plus, the Toyota parts come with like a plus 30 to durability, so, it's good. Yeah, in Ford truck modification nomenclature, my truck is called a dark-sided truck. Hey, Chief. It does not have air conditioning, Fluffy. The air conditioning is vent windows. I wish I could show you guys, dudes, but my NDI plugins are not working correctly. This scene usually shows you I have a picture of my shop, or like a video coming from my shop being piped in, but it's not working. I updated OBS on both computers, and the NDI plugins just aren't doing their thing, which is very annoying. My guess is that there's some version compatibility issues going on there. How's the family? We just got a promotion, Chief, so that's good. So your car is a Frankenstein. The truck? Yeah, it's... Yeah. But, dude, it's a beast. Dude, I actually had the 59 out yesterday. I was driving it around. I got to drive it around for a little bit. It's not shifting into third gear, which I'm not too happy about considering we just did a lot of work on the transmission. Or fixing those stupid holes in the transmission. Yeah, so right now it's working like a power glide. I think that might just... I think it's the linkage. The linkage isn't working. I think it's the linkage. Because at first it wasn't shifting at all, and I forgot that I didn't hook the vacuum modulator back up. Yes, that's an actual thing. I'm not just making up names. There's something called a vacuum modulator. Because the transmission uses vacuum as logic for when it... the automatic transmission uses vacuum as logic to say when it shifts. I tried to get a rental F-150. I couldn't find a rental place with one for a decent price, so I ended up driving a Tacoma. Yeah, those are okay. You redid your drum brakes on your 71 Hornet with your dad when you were in high school. Learned a lot of swear words during that work. Yeah. Speaking of that, actually, Rob, you reminded me. The Coronet has 4 locked, like pretty much destroyed drum brakes because I let it sit. So, I think one of the first things I'm gonna do when we get the Coronet in is restore braking functionality to it because it has broken brake lines. And the drums are all the drums are pretty much seized. Like when you, yeah, it needs wheel bearings, it needs drums, steering bushings are okay, pretty good. I was looking at it yesterday. Do a disc brake conversion? Nah. We didn't take apart the transmission. There were 2 snapped off bolts in the transmission pan flange, so me and Bree's dad drilled them out and tapped them. And then we put a new gasket on the transmission pan and then topped it off again. Why is that road so dang crooked? Alright, anyway. He's stubborn, plus it's expensive. He's stubborn, plus it's expensive. Dude, I'm waiting on a tax return. I would like to get the Coronet operable so I could, you know, drive it in and out of the garage. Yeah, it won't get... dude, won't get very far right now. Even though it's like right outside the door. Might be a worn gear. It's not a worn gear, King. Yeah, it's not. I can say that with pretty high confidence, dude. It's the linkage, dude. When I put the whole thing back together, the linkage isn't getting the right throw. I'm like 90% sure, dude. But other than that, truck ride's excellent. Ever since I greased up all the kingpins and it had a bad wheel bearing. Ever since I did all that, yeah, I took it, cruised it around yesterday. Rides real smooth. But yeah, just need to get it to shift into third. Because driving down the road at 40 miles an hour at like 3,000 RPM is not ideal. You're 10% short. It's a worn gear. Right. You're 50% short. It's the transmission. Okay. Okay. We'll see. Does that thing need electricity? The water substation? No, it relies on pressure. It doesn't need that. I was like, I don't know. Kelly, I am very, very much hoping that you are 100% wrong for pretty obvious reasons. But yes, that is a possibility. I don't think that would make that big of a difference. Well, you know what? I don't know that for sure, so I'm just going to shut up. I'm just going to hope and pray that that's not the problem. Okie dokie. Alright, so medium measurement, it needs to be at 10 feet. Medium from here to here needs to be at 10 feet. Run a pipe down this way. Make sure it's at 10. There we go. Sewage pipe going this way. Make sure that's also at 10. Connect it right into the switch. There we go. We have another set of switches here, just in case. And that goes into my main large sewage lines. Now, between the substation there and the plumbing over here, well, let's see. Can we place... We can place our clothing factory pretty much, clothing and fabric pretty much anywhere we want. I'm really trying to keep these things away. I'm trying to keep them away from the city because they pollute. I'm giving a 90% chance that something is broken. Alright, well, I'll figure it out on my own time, dudes. You know what? I'm gonna extend these. I want the substation to be out here somewhere. The reason why I want that here is because I want to try to make sure that my fabric factory can be, which pollutes a lot more than the clothing factories, can be as far away as possible. Now, the other thing here is that it would be nice to get it within walkable range here, but it's going to pollute like crazy. I'm giving it a 90% chance on this. On that 71 project, we twisted off one of the bolts holding the head to the block, grabbed an easy out to extract it, and promptly twisted off the easy out. Yeah, that happens. That's basically what happened with the transmission things with me, so... Alright, well, here's what we're gonna do. What is this? What is that? Stop it. That was strange. It did it again. Why is it inverting the road there? That's very peculiar. I've never seen that before. Whatever. What I was trying to do is make a curved road that goes out here, but we can always get away with doing this. Go over here. Make that road as small as you possibly can, and then there. It's not exact, but it's close. Close enough. Okay, Nader. It's all good. It's all good, man. Yeah, that road bug was weird. Never ran into that one before, but... Fortunately for textiles, I think we might need a bus. Actually, maybe not. Because this thing, that thing is a half cloud, so that's a what, 150 meters, which is about 500 feet. That thing has one cloud, which is 300 meter range, which is 1,000 feet. That puts the school just on the edge. That's not bad. It's not bad, and it's in walkable range with dirt paths. If it's in walkable range with dirt paths, if I pave everything, this will be absolutely walkable for a good majority of this place. But also, yeah, I'm thinking. Dudes. You know, I already put the bus stations all in, right? Put all the bus stations in. Put all the bus stations in. Why, you know, put it over here. You never have to worry about pollution. But that means something has to go here that's not people's houses and stuff. Yeah, a little bus stop is not going to be that big of a deal, Noctis, exactly. And the way I have this set up, we can afford to put it out by the road over here, and it's not that big of a problem. I will manage the order of operations for building, yes. So, we want to set up the provisions for a fabric factory. For fabric. Fabric and 2 clothes. 1 fabric will feed 2 clothes. We know that. It needs water. The fabric factory. Oh. Well, that's... You need a water pipe coming in. Always be splitting. Yeah, I'm gonna... Alzard, I will start budgeting out stuff, like, basically down to a T. Now, we most likely want a fabric warehouse to build up a supply, right? How much does the fabric factory hold? Once again, I'm designing what we need in the future. this needs crops. Crops and chemicals. Excuse me. And how much do the clothing factories? They can import 20 tons on hand. That's actually not bad. I'll probably put a warehouse on the other side. We can't because how much can that warehouse hold? 100 tons of clothes. I think that's more than enough. So rotate that. No, it needs to have 2 connections. Now what we could do is if we put a warehouse in the center, right? Go here, go to the warehouse. Anybody else pissed that the connections are not symmetrical? That's very annoying. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Aldesert. Yeah, it can be a buffer for both of these things. Right? Now, I know, it's like you deleted them. What are you doing? See if we can get to use the closer connection. Yeah, okay, I don't mind that. So yeah, we can load fabric in here. This thing will pull fabric and it'll put clothes. It'll pull fabric from here, output there, and then it'll put clothes in here. So what I want to do now is something like this. But, you know, this could benefit from a loading dock, dudes. Is there waste? Yes. There's always waste, dude. Actually, we would be putting chemicals and crops in there, guys. I keep saying fabric. You can put chemicals and crops in there. So we carry like 50 tons of crops, 50 tons of chemicals, and then this thing will output fabric to there, here, and here, and then they'll put clothes back into the factory. I was going to say a loading dock for the warehouse might not be the worst idea. I haven't really messed with the road cargo stations so much, but I know that these things can load a lot faster. Right? Am I understanding that correctly, that these can load quick? Or the truck 4 station loads well. They provide slots for vehicles so you can load faster. Now what are we going to do about that? If you do this way, there's... Okay. Come on. Let me loop this around. Or don't. Whatever. That looks not good. Okay, cool. So now we have a bus station there. Have the footpath go here, footpath go here, and a footpath go there. That one goes there. That one goes there. That one goes to the center. Can people walk to all 3 buildings? Yep. And that puts the truck loading dock on a different entrance to the factory here, right? That puts it on a different entrance. And that allows us, so the trucks and the buses don't get caught up with each other. You can remove factory connections if you move the fabric through the warehouse as well. Can you do that, Noctis? Will the game understand that? Because in my experience, I don't think so. They're taking the roof off the high bay. Are they going to move it? No, they're dismantling that building. The Giga Bay is going there. Just set up the warehouse split as fabric and cloth. That works fine. You're telling me that that'll work? Right there. Are you sure that'll work? I take the roof off instead of just demoing it. You're gonna have to disassemble the building, Graham. Blowing it up, you're gonna blow it up next to your high bays that have spacecraft in them. Nope. It will work. All right, dudes. I believe you. Let me retool some things real fast. So if that's the case, straight footpath there, straight footpath there, connect in there, right? If I do one waste container, can we get at all of them? Get rid of that. Oh, score. That one waste can get to all 3 buildings. Nice. Then extend the bus platform. And hang on. I might actually be able to tee this one around like that. Oh, that's sick, dude. They can walk to all 3. Yep. Waste is all 3 of them. Nice. So now let's look at the fabric factory. Fabric factory has it needs water, and then it has a 5,100 gallon sewage tank in it. We'll do a medium. Will the small one? Oh, small will work. I'm gonna do medium. from there to there, and then... See, this thing has double outputs. Hold on. The fabric factory... Yeah, 5,100 gallons. So we can afford to do a small line here. Like that. That should be fine, right? Like, it consumes 3,000 gallons of water. So 3,000 gallons of waste. Okay, so a small line, a small pipeline there is going to be fine. There, always be switching. Cool. Textile is up. Now, just in case, let me... So 2 clothing factories, 80 people a pop, so it's 160. So 260. 260 people can work here, so 260 divided by 30, 9 parking lots. Yeah, of course I'm taking that into account. Why wouldn't I? Hey, am I gonna go car-centric? I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. But we might. One day. Might as well put this in. You know, worst case scenario, you just get rid of them and now you have a bunch of space. What happened to Pakistan? What's up, UI? I stopped playing it, dude. I played it for 6 months straight, dude. I'm good. I learned a ton, and now we're going to use what we learned to make better ones. Yeah. How much did we say? We need 9 parking lots. Yeah, this is Yakograd. This is the Yakograd Republic. One of the best things that I learned from playing Bakalakadakistan was that it's better to plan things out. In fact, anytime I planned something out, it came out 1,000 times better. The problem is planning takes time. So I started this one, and I planned an entire city out. Built in pretty Soviet style. It's pretty close. Yeah. It's pretty good. The only thing that's not really too incredibly Soviet about it is the gigantic highway that I have splitting everything up. Might be able to weasel a parking lot in over here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, 9. There we go. One last thing I'm going to do is that all my other parking lots have spacing. I spaced them out correctly, like that. Prefer to do that just because it, makes it look like those parking lots weren't added at the last second, even though they kind of were. I like that one better because I didn't like this one over here. That one's just tacked on. There we go. Cool. Parking lots. Neat. Let me just make sure they can all walk everywhere. And that still leaves us plenty of space here. I can make a road that connects up here, like that. Probably won't. Keeps the traffic in the roundabout. Where you're putting your cosmonaut training facility? Over here. No, I have no idea. Satellite fire stations. Okay, main fire station there, 2 satellite stations there. The next thing is power for the food area and the construction. Those should be able to be powered directly off of the power plant. Do I have a substation over here? We have one right there. Once you hit play, how long until it all builds? Yeah, this is. I've been telling you guys. This is basically what I want this city to look like. Pretty much. I've been saying 1980, but now that I'm really thinking about it, it's more 1960. This is what I need this place to look, or 1970, excuse me. It really needs to look like that. Then, it's, yeah, realistic. Yeah, we're building on realistic. Guys, I seem to have forgotten to put a substation in for all the construction. We have one there. And then the power plant The power plant has the low voltage lines out, but I don't... The thing about that is, you know, we got 4 connections out. That might be enough for the immediate area. I mean... That would be enough for there. You're looking at it, Gaw. So we only have 4 out. So 1 for the food area. We really need 1 for the cargo area. What does that power? Does that power everything, including the heat plant? So that's 1, 2. Probably gonna need 1 over here. Not probably, we will need 1. This is all the construction offices. 1, 2, 3. And then the 4th one probably is going to need to end up over here somewhere. So it can power the coal aggregate storage. That's fine. And then there's a road right here that I forgot to make. That's the start of granite. Okay. I think... I really should have a substation right here. But then again, we're teeing off the damn power plant. It should be fine. Can't wait to start building. Yeah, me too, me too. Okay, so here's how we'll do this. Underground view again. No, no. You know what? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I'm worried, guys, that if I... Okay, so I want to put this on substation with a transformer and everything that's teed into my main line. I got to put a substation here. Now, why? Why do I want to do this way? I don't want my entire construction area contingent on building the coal power plant. That's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. Right? It's not that. That's not a good idea. We should not do that. It needs its own substation. It needs its own place with its own transformer, like that. But that transformer, I don't know. I mean, I put that substation there for the farm. So those are gonna go this way. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta put one down, guys. We gotta put one right here. Yeah, you know, it's not a big deal. Sorry, I don't mean to be like, oh yeah, I'm ready to, we're almost done, and then this. I'm thinking about how I want to set this up. This will give me a lot of places to switch off here with that big switch. I'm wondering though, this might draw too much power and not get all the way to the city. We did run into that. Yeah. Alright, well, we'll just have to wait and see. That substation can power the heating plant and a single aggregate storage, which is excellent. That's fine. That's good enough. This all this other stuff over here, that doesn't need to be powered right off the bat. Now what we can do to, you know, in keeping with our aesthetic here, we gotta make sure it's in keeping with the village rustic aesthetic. That part of the chain link fence doesn't need to be there. I actually put too much out there. Can people get electrocuted in this game? No. Okay, we gotta just do a little bit more wire design here, guys. I like keeping low voltage wires underground as much as I can. You have a lot more freedom with how you build that way. The road? Really? Come on. Okay, new plan. Plan A question. This game is all about build order, dude, so... No, it doesn't want to get made. I think that's gonna foul on over here, so I gotta tighten that connection up, especially if we use another transformer. There. Now I can take that and we could use that to power stuff over there if we need to. I just don't like teeing off that power station. Because that means I have to build the power station and I can't use imported power, which is going to be a cheaper solution in the beginning. Now, I know what people are going to say. That all these underground lines are going to be expensive, right? Well, yeah, you got to get an excavator and you got to get a bunch of stuff to dig out the area where the lines are, right? That does get expensive, but these lines aren't that far below the ground. And depth absolutely matters here. If it's super deep, it's going to take more time and it's going to cost more. The Republic must grow.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yo, Tom, what's up, man? That's a 47-month resub. Thank you. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I am enjoying this. I'm having a lot of fun with this. I know you guys want me to go. You want me to get this done. I get it. I just figured out my entire city plan was a mess. I need to double the heating. That is precisely why I'm planning, dudes. That is precisely why I'm doing exactly what I'm doing. That is not what I wanted to click on at all. I really only want to run those lines to about here, because if I need power over here, in this tile over here for some reason, probably going to have a substation there, more or less aligned with that one. Right? And then there's probably going to be another one here. I'd probably stagger it, so that means, yeah, we can get at whatever. Which means this line should actually go a little bit further by that logic. Because we could still put stuff right here. I don't know what. I don't really have a plan for that. We placed everything down, but it's better to have extra space. Did I put a tunnel there? I did. Huh. Hey, G, I saw a video about variable valve timing. I understand that it's variable valve timing, but how do you do that? Is there like servos in the camshaft that move the lobes? That video you watched must have sucked then if that didn't convey the point. Did you really watch a video about variable valve timing? Yeah, that's exactly how that works. Uh-huh. It didn't explain how it worked, it just shows an engine that uses it. So there's a solenoid built into the valve train. Here. Look. There's a solenoid that's built into the valve train that it's built into the cam phaser right here. You see, it'll flick back and forth. See what I'm saying? It'll... Hey, Jackery, what's going on? What's new? Nothing, man. How you doing? I'm wiring up stuff for Bakalakadakistan. Or not Bakalaka. This is Yakograd. This is different. Yeah. The solenoid is in here, and it changes the timing on the camshaft by rotating it. It's not variable geometry. No, there's more to it than this, but if you look, the camshaft has three different lobes on it. See what I'm saying? There's 3 lobes. Anyway. I don't know why it insists on putting that damn conduit box there. That's really annoying. Why? Okay. I think we're good. So guys, it is time for space news. I have a question though. If give me 1 second. I lost my train of thought. It is time for space news, and we got to do that, but there's just not much. There ain't much space news around. Like, we do have the L-57 launch tonight, but that's about it. Different game? No. No, what? No, that's what you want. Dang it. Stop doing that. That's what you want, Yarg. Stop doing that. Stop it. Go celebrate with Bree? No. Then what's the question? It got pushed 24 hours. Oh. Okay. Okay. L-57 got pushed. Yeah, I see it. Oh, I'm back now. It's time to basically start thinking what we need to make. I also need gas stations. Yeah, guys, I'm cool with just playing straight through. I'm all right with that if you guys are cool with that. You're cool with it? A lot of you guys are cool with it? Hey, Gujar.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Keep the progress going. You get a rare day of... it's a rare day of nothing. Yeah. Yeah. We need gas stations too, though. Dude, I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry. Give me a second to get it right in my head. What was I doing? I finished working on the construction, electricity. I did build a substation there. We can send electrical wires this way. And that can power this kind of whole area here. The farm is not powered. Do I have a technical university? Yes, it's right there. I want to... I guess where I'm at is that I want to unpause, but we're still leaving too much to chance, in my opinion, and I know people are not going to want to hear that, but... there's still a lot of unknowns here. I just did power to the construction mats area, Andrew. Yep. I set up a substation over here real quick. Which actually looks pretty sweet. And I figured out a way to double... if you use the 6-way switch and you have 2 lines going in, you do 2 underground lines going out into double transformers right there. And that should basically be good for any power needs that I have for a long time. I'm probably going to send some of the power from this way. Power some of the belts, these belt conveyors and stuff over here, like I did with that, see? And we obviously need power that comes back this way. And my power lines extend here, but they stop. I'm wondering, could they go over the farm? Wait, they can go through the farm? Oh, they can. That's kind of neat. But now that damaged that field. You can start making the roads. I guess we... Guys, I want to... I can't, dude, I'm trying to... Okay, here's where... I'll try to say this out loud. My brain's not doing it. I'm trying, but it's not working. There's still a lot of stuff that we still have to make. I don't have a courthouse in my map. We gotta build that. That's important. You need a courthouse. Because remember, we're planning for what we want the city to look like when it's done. Right? You need a courthouse. That has to be a thing. Right off the bat, dudes, we need a lot of gravel. Because if we're going to go roads, we need a lot of gravel. Now, the thing is, that's all fine and dandy. Alright. That's great. You need gravel. That's good. We do. Right? But... I don't have my gravel. My gravel isn't finished. My gravel is right there, and that's about it. That's all we have. That's just... I don't have any of that set up. We don't have any of our main aggregate storage figured out. The train aggregate storage, we have coal figured out, but that's it. I wanted to get all the construction materials done here. But try making a list. I have a list up here. It's just I'm trying to tell you the entire list all at once, and it's just coming out as bleh, you know. Like all the construction mat stuff is great, and then obviously we have our construction. We have the construction staging area and stuff, and that's all good, right? But how should we do this? Like, I guess what's the order? Like, I knew there is an order, and I designed every single building to, you know, we designed it all to scale, right? Now, I guess where do we start is really the right thing. But the flip side of that is, you know, where do we start? But we still have some stuff. We still have some stuff that isn't finished. And I guess what I'm worried about is that I know time can get away from you in this game. That's the problem that I've had with my last couple of Republics. You know, we paused Bakalaka for a little while, right? And I was like, okay, this will get done by this time. Have you eaten today? No. Finish the gravel and construction materials before unpausing. I would kind of like to do that, Andrew. And then there's oil over here. I need oil over here. That's a base industry that basically an easy money maker that I really want to get done right away. That's a really good way to make money in the beginning parts of the game by just trucking it out. And crude is actually expensive in this. In order to do that, I need to make the connection to Apatomo. In order to make the connection to Apatomo has train tracks, right? It has the tracks. So I would love to run a line down here, right? But the problem is that if we do that, I have no place to connect it. Like, you could say, oh, connect it right there. No. That's my border threshold. You don't want a train getting stuck here. I had that problem with my last save. That railroad line would be sweet, but I really need a way for it to connect. The only way to do that would be to go screw around with the highway. Yeah, we're gonna need to set up that oil, guys. Yeah, we really should. We should set up oil. Oil is an easy early game thing. It doesn't cost a lot to build right off the bat. And you can export the crude and make tons of cash. We have no waste facility figured out. There's no waste. We don't have any waste facilities figured out. That's not a good idea. Oil doesn't need workers. Exactly. I want to unpause, but we're just not close. We're not close enough. Yeah, I guess that's where I'm at. I want to unpause, dudes, but we're not close to unpausing. Just click pause and unpause. There you go. Here, I'll make it go to April 1st. Oh, there you go. April 1st. Freaking April Fool's Day. Look at that. Yeah, I still don't have the power map for this stuff figured out. I honestly think with 2 million you have to start way smaller or cheat some money. Start way smaller. What are you talking about? This is all designed to be built as you go. I know we're not building all of this right off the bat, dudes. I understand that. The point is to build out early industries like clothing. But even with clothing, the thing that so you build the factory first, right? And then trucks go in and out of the factory. And then that gives you, you get enough money to finance building the warehouse, right? Then you get enough money to finance building the cargo station. All right? Once you get all that figured out, right? Start building up profit, right? Then you can build, you build a couple of houses, then you can build another house, right? You leapfrog every time. That's the right way to do this. There's really no other way to do it. There's no other good way to do it. And then, once again, the other thing is, guys, my construction, the construction's all the way over here, right? That's a long way from the border. And initially, we're going to have to get construction mats from the damn border. There's no getting around it. I think you did the right thing with that desert map a long time ago. You just had small crude, tiny population, and then when you have capital, you can expand. Are you listening to what I'm saying, or no? I'm doing that same thing here. I'm going to do that same thing here, but this is a lot harder. There's no villages to take over. So you got to be careful. It's going to be a little bit of a slower start. So my way of getting around that, Phil, is to build everything out and then figure out, get those baby steps basically mapped out for a long time. I'm not cheating money. I'm not doing that. I'm thinking... Yeah, fellas, I'm thinking for the initial parts of this... I usually never do this, but having a construction depot right here might not be... Like a small, temporary one with gravel, and gravel being refined on imported labor might not be the worst idea. I'll get rid of it once that thing gets all figured out, right? This is an empty one from the start, likes, yeah. They have the free depots just for that. Yeah, I know. Nah, I see that. I'm thinking the infrastructure to get to that initial small point might still cost too much. Especially the trains. Dude, it's... Well, you know, if everybody sat there and just doubted somebody's plan of attack, you know, all the time, you know... Like, you know, wouldn't have anything to regret, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if this is going to work, but Phil, what doesn't help is sitting there and saying it's not going to work. Well, obviously, there's a way to do it. You know, I could get this built. It's just going to take time. You don't know, though. Yeah, yeah, okay. Like, I love you, dude. Can you not do that? Like, be like, well, I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, thanks. Doesn't help me, man. I'm not saying it's not going to work. I'm just thinking maybe pivot a little bit. Pivot to what? All right, guys, what I'm saying is I know it kind of seems like I'm getting close to unpausing. Like, and I thought that, you know, oh, we'll get the water figured out. We'll get the sewage and everything figured out. Get clothing figured out. Get everything figured out. And electricity and whatnot, right? And I was like, yeah, we'll be close down, but honestly, no. This is just making me think of other things that I need to fix. Or we need to implement. And then once it's all implemented, you got to start thinking about, okay, what are we making first? What we need profit. What are we doing? What are we doing for that off the bat, you know? You plan on building a concrete production facility. Importing cement instead of concrete would make construction way faster. Well, I wanted to build out a construction material facility here. Well, what's next then? It's a good question, Tooth. No, Phil, either way, I know what you're saying, dude. I get it. I understand.
Griffin, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What do you call a dinosaur that plays video games? A Segasaurus.
I'm not unpausing for another 5 episodes now just because of that. No, okay, so, 2 things. There's not a lot of space news today, dudes. We're gonna play through. I'm gonna play through to the end of the night. To the end of the stream. And, yeah, I gotta start figuring out more early game stuff. temporary infrastructure instead of permanent stuff. The idea behind this, though, dude, you understand what the idea behind this is? That you can scale. Like, you just build one. Build that one. Build that construction depot first. My thing that I'm realizing is that this is really all centered around, like, this whole... I'm agreeing with you, okay? So, I'm agreeing with you. This is all really centered around having access to the train depot. Because all the building materials are going to be right there. But that's not something you're doing right away now, is it? Forgive me, like, once again, I'm not perfect. Like, that is a little bit of an oversight on my part, I'll admit. Now, I originally didn't want to put anything near the border at all. But the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking a small construction depot right here is not the worst idea. A smaller construction area, like the ones I had at Bakalaka that had like a couple of construction depots, small repair shop, and then we just bring the labor in for the repairs. And if we're bringing labor in for repairs, there's a huge granite supply right here. You might as well do that as well. Might as well just put granite over here. Not a big one. It doesn't have to be crazy, right? And then down the road, you know, this depot, we can either get rid of, we could get rid of it, right? You can get rid of it, or we could switch it to a building maintenance depot. But the problem with switching this to a building maintenance depot, right, is it's not near any buildings. Yeah. Now, once again, guys, when I started doing this, I just started planning and I just kind of took, you know, we built the train depot first because I wanted the depot right here with the highway. That was one of the first things that we made. And I was like, oh yeah, no, we're going to build this first. And then, you know, that road is, I know that this road right, that bridge is basically, that bridge and that bridge are the first things we're going to work on so we can connect the borders. And having the construction depot halfway between them is not a bad idea. But then again, there's no gravel over there. Yeah, I guess, you know, you guys are getting ready to unpause. That, I think that's really where I'm at. You guys are saying, oh, he's getting ready to unpause. We're almost there. And I was like, yeah, I think I am. I'm not. I realized I made a critical oversight here. And this is why planning is a good idea. That construction depot is too far. It's too far away from the border for right now. If I get all the infrastructure figured out, all these roads are nice and paved, and we at least have like crude up and running, right? Then it's not a big deal. Then we can start building this, right? Because then, you know, you get income and stuff. But I'm going to need a temporary depot. I skipped step 1. I went kind of like to step 2. Yeah, I didn't really think about the early game. And that's my fault. That's my fault. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get anybody's hopes up. That's totally on me. Well, guess we got to start from scratch then. No, we just got to fill in the blanks between that phase of construction and this phase of construction. Like, basically what I just said. That's not too, you know, that's not a big deal. It's not a big problem. Really, it's not. So, we need a temporary gravel facility right here. Temporary gravel, we could get a temporary concrete facility, right? That's the big ones, right? I don't need a cement plant. We need a little baby concrete plant. Takes 5 people to run that thing, no problem. A little gravel processing plant. He says little. What's that guy? Oh. Yeah. I'm serious. Just make the little gravel processing plant. We'll make the bigger ones later. This thing doesn't cost anything to make. You could have the big gravel quarry. The big gravel quarry, right? Heck, man, we could just use the little one. You need free storage. You ain't gonna work. I don't know where process is supposed to go in that sentence, Phil. Also, keep it classy. Yeah, Madam Al, don't remind me. You don't need to mine or process gravel. You can just import refined. All that's gonna add up, dude. Does it have dirt mechanics like Cities 1? No. No. You can move as much... You don't have, like, storage, dirt storage. But you do need to have a bulldozer within a mile of where you're trying to move stuff. Actually, yeah, within a mile. You have to have a bulldozer in a depot, construction depot or road depot in a mile, or else you're not moving any terrain. Like if I go, I have a bulldozer depot, and that's the reason why I unpaused the game in the first place. I have two of them. There's a depot right here with a bulldozer and an excavator, and then there's another one over here. Same thing, bulldozer and an excavator. They're connected to a gas station, and I had to have a tanker truck, which you can see right there, that T-138, fill up the stockpiles with fuel, because not only do you need to have a bulldozer in range, but you need they need gas. The bulldozer doesn't work unless you give it gas. So moving terrain does cost money, just not a lot. But it does cost. Though that's the terrain mechanics. Guys are 101 months. Thank you. This game is like playing 10D chess. Who knew? Building an entire civilization takes a lot of thinking and a lot of planning. Okay. All right. So for our temporary construction area, I mean, it's really not going to be... It's not going to be as temporary as you think. It's going to be temporary, but on a 5-year basis, right? So it's going to be here for a little while, or at least until we get the main construction depot up. Anyway. What did that look like? So, I totally forget what I did in Pakistan. We need a free construction office, right? Like, that's how that works. We need a free construction office, and then we're going to need gas, right? I have distro here. I'll add this to distro. So now the fuel truck is going to stop at the gas station, right? How many free construction offices do we have here? I forget. Forget how many of these you can make. 7. That should be fine. Will there be space news today? Lava, there's really not much. After we watch the post-flight presser, there's not much. We're kind of in a little bit of a dry spot. So I kind of wanted to play through with workers today, and so I could get us closer to unpausing. I'm a little bit behind. So we're workers in it up for days. No point in importing if you can produce labor for cheaper. Somewhere in here it said how much, like what the labor costs are. $9 rubles a day for a worker. $12 a day for a worker on the dollar. There's your rates. That's your employment rates. 9 rubles a day is actually not too bad. Construction projects never run on time. Thank you for the insight, man. Okay, the first thing that we're gonna need is dump trucks. We need dump trucks and we need bulldozers, right? So we're gonna need 4 dump trucks, 4 bulldozers, right? And we're gonna, the dump trucks are gonna need gravel from there. Bulldozers we don't need to worry about. Dump trucks and the bulldozers will lay down a gravel road right here. Okay, they'll lay down gravel, and then we could get the dump truck and the bulldozer to lay down gravel over here as well if I got rid of that. And we did something like this. Lay down gravel. We're gonna need gravel over there to that bridge, right? So here's what I'm thinking. Gravel this. Gravel the outside road. If we're gonna do that, I need to get rid of that and get rid of that piece right there, just temporarily. I need to... Give me one moment. They can come in here, we can gravel this, then they can go around, gravel that segment of road. Don't worry about that, I don't care about that. I can place another distro. We do not even need that. So they can... You declog the border a little bit by having 2 free distributions delivering to free storages. Yeah. 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 The free storages. Yeah, the free aggregate. What I'm wondering here, dudes, and maybe you can help me talk through it. Okay, so we set this up. I don't want that to be a dirt road. I want to pave this. Or not, well, not pave it. Be aware that free aggregate is super slow. I understand that, Happy. What is our alternative here? Yeah, okay. It's free. You know? Like... I think it's worth it to build actual storage. It's cheap enough. Build the normal aggregate. It's not that expensive. Is that the smallest one? So if we make this gravel, right? All right. Just get rid of that. Get rid of the connecting roads. I want to make this right here. I want them to get this gravel stretch done. So if they're gonna do that, I'm gonna need a construction depot just down here. Just a crappy one down here, no problem. Right? 2 dump trucks, 2 bulldozers. Right? So they pave this, right? Then we just connect it. We connect the dirt roads because why? I would want it laid down with gravel so we get better. They can move faster. Because on the mud roads, they move 21 miles an hour. The gravel road, it's almost double. Right? Paved road would be ideal, but I don't think we're going to do that right off the bat. Hey, man, hope you're doing well. Kid Gloves, I'm fine. Yeah, man. I'm doing good. I'm just, we're thinking about early game. I have a pretty damn good city design going, I think. We just got to figure out how where we start. You probably wouldn't want them to be jammed up. This depot is going away after that gravel gets placed. I'm moving the trucks over here. We buy 2 more dump trucks. You buy 2 more, or you buy a hauling truck to move your bulldozer. And then I want this gravel, this road. I need that to be gravel. Once this stretch of road is gravel and that stretch of road is gravel, we got to gravel that road right there. And then we got to build the bridge. That's going to be that's going to be the difficult part, at least initially. That's going to need concrete. And it's also going to need asphalt. So now we need cement mixers, and then I need a paver and a roller. And an excavator. Are you going to use imported workers for the bridge? Yeah, we're going to have to. Now, storages. Yeah, the regular storage areas are pretty good. They're pretty fine. I don't have a problem with that. So this would... The thing is, guys, it's a lot of road stuff. Like, this depot is really going to be needed to set up the roads. Right? Set up roads. That's the big one. Once we get here... Like, honestly, this depot is going to... really solely needs to exist just to make this. I don't know if that's a good idea. Maybe we should build clothing factory. Right? I mean, yeah, this thing is going to be needed to build roads. That's it. And then over here, Apatomo, we need to... Actually, I need another little bulldozer depot over here. I need another little bulldozer depot so I can edit this terrain so we can put down oil. Honestly, guys, I'm gonna get... Okay, here's what I want. We're gonna need to build this bridge first. We gotta build the bridge to Ilios, right? Big one. That's huge. Then, this road needs to be made. We need to get oil. Once you get the oil up and running, like, that's the first thing that we should do. Once that's up and running, then we start building this stretch of road right here. Build to the clothes depot, right? Build the clothing depot. And what we can do is we should be able to set up a free technical office here with a water truck. Water truck and a sewage truck. And then we can get the clothing depot working on imported labor. Not that bad, right? So now we need a bus and a bus route. So we're going to need a road depot to do that. So let's get a free road depot, right? That's what we need. Don't connect it because we still got to pave this road, right? Break today? Bree, I wanted to play through with workers, so that's what I might do. Is that okay with you? Booster, he says exiting the Mega Bay. Dudes. Is that Booster 14? I'll put dinner in the fridge, then no big deal. All right, Bree. What'd you make? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, Kaiser. Did you link some pictures of your car? Hold on. Nope. You did. All right, let me see. Oh, yeah. ST-184. Very nice. Nice. Fun little car, man. That's cool. Look at the booster. That's a reused booster. Gee, I wonder why they're rolling that out. Dude, they're rolling a booster out. Oh my goodness. You love the way it drives? Heck yeah, man. Unless they shifted some boosters with the door closed, it's 15 and it's going to the rocket garden. Yeah, I don't know what booster that is. Look at the scorch marks. Fast enough to be fun, but not to get you in trouble. Yeah? Can you guys believe that that thing flew to the edge of space? That thing? It didn't make it across the Kármán line. But also, the fact that that skyscraper can fly to the edge of space and back is pretty cool. What path will the boosters and ships take when they start demoing the high bay and building the Giga Bay? Remedios. This road right here, or my guess would be Remedios. They'd probably go down this way. You used to be able, back in the day, you used to be able to go down there. That used to be a public road. That's killer. What are those bits sticking out at the bottom? Chines. The COPVs for the fire suppression and in-flight restarting mechanisms are in there. $14 is on the left side, 15 was on the right. The right side is empty, so unless they switch them with the door closed, it's 15. So that 15 is the Flight 8 booster, 14 is the Flight 7 booster, 13 is at the bottom of the ocean, 12 is in the rocket garden. It 24-hour scrubs, Zero Rat. Oh, dude, look at that thing. I wonder what they're doing with it. Because if it's 15, here, Hinris, if it's 15, where are you going with that thing? What happened? It's a National Reconnaissance Office launch. You think they're going to tell us what happened? Yeah, Infnoctus, we could do temporary connections right to the clothing. Right to clothing. The technical office is what I wanted here. That'll set us up with water and sewage, right? At least initially. Water, sewage, and a snowplow. But believe it or not, dudes, what I got to do is over here. We have to... We have to go over here like this at Apatomo, right? And I need to do this. I need to make a depot. And then another one of those stupid fuel stations right there. And then... a little distro. Back to planning before you head back to Starbase. Yeah, that's right. Guys, you got me overthinking this whole thing again. I might... I might use this area over here to set up a small city. A tiny one. Not like that, like a little village almost. The village won't be much. It'd have a very basic store, very basic stuff. Set it up like over here. Just, and honestly, little workers' town, right? But what are we gonna do with that workers' town? Like, that's the thing. Yeah, construction village. What are we doing with it, right? Like, it needs to generate money. It's not, you know, okay, you have people there. Those people need food. You got to import the food, etc., etc. Sell the black gold. You don't, believe it or not, you don't need any workers to do that. That's the reason why I want this over here. I'm gonna buy another bulldozer here. And guys, I might unpause the game again. I'm gonna buy one bulldozer, one excavator. And that's it. And they're gonna need fuel, so we need one more, we need another truck, a tanker truck. Alright, we're gonna unpause again. There's that bulldozer. Okay, pause the game. It's still April 1st. Excellent. Okay, cool. Sorry. Yeah. Can we mess with the terrain? Hold on. Let me check. We can. We can mess with the terrain. The bulldozer has fuel in it, so we don't even need to fuel that. So we're good. All right, cool, excellent, good, great, grand, wonderful. Let's get the rest of the road completed all the way to the Apatomo border. I want to keep the game paused on April 1st as long as humanly possible. Yeah, Iger, I know I did. It's just temporary, dude. I'll leave provisions for the tracks. I just don't really know how I'm gonna connect them. Yeah, how I'm gonna connect them in is just a big... What's the difference between USD and, I assume, rubles? There's two currencies in the game, Jack, and there's two trading partners. You can trade with Warsaw Pact or you can trade with NATO. That's why you have dollars and rubles up at the top left part of your screen. Want to hear a real kicker? There's no currency exchange. Got to get a little creative with how you move currency around. It's called workers and resources, Surat, not workers and currencies. The only way you can really do exchange currency from one to the other is trading it for trading workers, trading labor, so you can make resources, you can sell them. Telling you, man, this game's tough, dude. I'm gonna do my standard kind of road grading trick here. By connecting, so, hey. There you go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7 usually is what gets you. That's usually what does it. Gives you enough breathing room on either side. So go to the smoothing tool. See how these edges are all screwed up, right? It's no good. Let me clear the terrain tool, right? And then go here to here. And look, that's all bumpy and gross and disgusting. Take this hill, peaceful, serene, bumpy, disgusting, but if it is smoothed out, well, look at all this little bulldozer. So busy now. It's like a little ballet. Now think about all the people that created those bulldozers, technician engineers. They can go home and feed their children. Not children can grow up big, strong, so on and so forth. There we go. Nice and smooth. And then you can get rid of your buffer road there. You don't need those. And actually what I'm going to do is get rid of that for a moment. I'm going to make that road connect in, right? Make this road go like that. And then add those two right there. Calm down, Zorg. He's not Zorg, he's Zorgski. Zorgakov. Alright, so now what you can do, right, and this provisions for the tracks and whatnot. Let me find 40 feet. 40 is right in the center of the screen right there. Actually, you know what? I'll just get it from the railroad grading over here. My train tracks are at 40 feet above sea level, so take this and... Okay. What's up, Predominant? Okay. Sure. All right, now let's start prospecting. We need we need a railroad line. I will send the railroad line down here. I just don't know how we're gonna connect it. I really don't have a good spot to do it. There's no good places to make a Y here. It's one of my most critical oversights. Damn it. Best spot would probably be to Y right here, and then make a freaking overpass right there. Like I said, I hate this corner. A train would take this corner at probably like 4 miles an hour at best. But it's alright. Does it need to connect? No, not really. But if I don't connect it in feed, that means I need a railroad construction depot here. The only way to build tracks is with a railroad construction depot. And that's a railroad construction depot that you got to supply with steel, got to supply with gravel. You got to supply it with prefabs. You got to supply it with boards. Just, yeah, something to consider. All right, now let's prospect around. What do we got for oil? Oh my goodness. It's actually a pretty big oil field, dude. And also, on a side note, guys, the more and more I think about it, the small workers town is a good idea. Like, put up a little outpost town at the border. In fact, doing it at the NATO border over there as well is probably a good idea. Honestly, put a clothing factory down. Build one. Don't build it out at this facility. Man, I'm happy I left this space here. If I decided to build this here, we would be screwed. Thank you, past me, for being an absolute G. Yeah, the more... You guys sold me on the idea. The more I think about it, essentially we would build those starting villages in Bakalakadakistan. We'd build that and get that revenue positive, that tiny little village, and then we can use that to finance building the bigger city that we can modularly scale into. That makes sense. I like this idea. I'm happy to be a part of it. Let's do it. Small towns suffer from an efficiency debuff because a higher percentage of their population are needed in service buildings, opposed to, for example, a large shopping center, but I do think there's value in the plan. Yeah, King, I'm talking a tiny little village, like maybe 100 people. Maybe. I need a base of operations. Actually, it'd probably be more like 200 people now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, we'll build the cheapest, crappiest buildings that we can. Well, yeah, well, not the. I don't think we should build the crappiest, but. right? Like, but then again, like, maybe I've been thinking about this too much, dudes, because, I was saying maybe I'm thinking about this too much because I designed the city to do that. Why don't, if we're gonna build like a small construction city, why don't we just build the damn city? Like, right? Why didn't I? I mean, the one downside is that everything is too far away, right? But it could be me just overthinking it. Like, why don't we, for instance, why don't we just build like those two flats? Those two flats, or those two. Well, no, if we do that, we're going to need the school. Are there quick prefab structures in this game? Not really. I mean, everything is that. Would it be easier to make a small city with good ratings to pull people in? Like, this is all good, guys, but this is really designed to... Come on, Dave, give me a break. One break coming up. See, Andrew, I'm over in the YouTube chat. I'm like torn because I would want to build this stuff first. Like, but I designed this to really have, you know, because the kindergarten is over there. I designed this, like, if you think about this like a pie slice, that's not self-sufficient. It doesn't have the kindergarten. This one isn't self-sufficient. It doesn't have a school. It doesn't have the supermarket. It doesn't have the meat storage. It doesn't have a bus stop by itself. So that means that this is what you'd need to build to start, right? And I think that might be too much. I could build over here. We could build this one first. That's not a bad idea. This has everything. Oh, just build this first. I did it by accident. I did it by accident. This has everything you need. Right there. You have waste, you have kindergarten, you have school, you have a bus station, you have leisure, you have sports, technical university, fire station. Glory to a striker. Doing it by accident, still doing it. Yeah, Mick, right? Do they have post offices? Yes and no. You have the city accounting office, so you could build a city hall. That's not necessarily a post office, right? But city hall will tell you your demographic a lot better. Actually, I should probably make that. Now you made me download this again. Sorry. Actually, that's not a bad idea to do that, to be honest. We still do need a courthouse, right, for our police station. But the other thing, I'm thinking is like, run a cheap above ground low voltage line into the area. Yeah, Andrew. Yeah. We're gonna need some a crappy low voltage line like going down the highway. And then following the temp road over here. Right? Where's the closest we can get to power this entire pedal? Right there does it. Yeah. Guys, I did this by accident. I didn't even think about it. This is right. I build this one first. The only thing that this does not have over here is a shop. In which case the shop is just right there. Is it within walking distance? It's not. Yeah, so first phase, we could build this. Like, once again, we don't have the shop per se, but I could always build the smaller ones. There are smaller ones. A little tiny store. That's probably the smallest one that you can make. Is that within walking distance of everybody? It is if I build it there. What can that hold? It holds meat. It holds food. It holds clothing. It holds electronics. I know it's a grocery store across the street from another grocery store, but also... now this is self-contained. The only thing that this doesn't have is the sewage. And the sewage line we can make. That's not too bad, dudes. They'll reach with gravel and asphalt, Sig, but I designed this so they could get everywhere with dirt paths. I know that sounds kind of stupid, but it just seemed like the right way to do it. I don't know. And the other thing is if we wanted to make this completely self-contained, a police station over here, a small one, a satellite police station would probably be a good idea. You can make these little tiny police stations. You know, it can supplement the bigger police station that we build. I think I set the other police station to be over here. And now if we do that, we need a courthouse and a prison, dudes. We can put a small courthouse here. Like that. And then the prison. I was thinking of putting the prison right here. But if we did that... You could skip police early on. Yeah, we'll build the prison there later. And we don't have to build the courthouse right away. I know you could skip it early on. But, Noctis, I find that, you know, if I'm just like, yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Whatever. No problem. No problem. Right? I find that what happens is my city grows enough, and then by the time, like, it gets to the point where it does matter, I have to invest like crazy into police, and I never get rid of the crime. That could have also been just me screwing something up, you know. This is a cool looking game. Not sure if I could start another game. I'm still on Timberborn. Play Timberborn for the time being, me. This is a rabbit hole. This game's a rabbit hole. This is worse than Timberborn, dude. Prison labor near the clothing factory? Can you... Oh, Andrew, that's a good question. Can you import prison labor? I wonder if you get a prison bus, if you could bring in prison labor. Could you do that? Sadly, no. Ah, man, that was a good idea, huh? How cool would that have been? All right, anyway. Yeah. That's the starter town right here. So, I mean, the big thing would be getting this thing ready to go. I think we're going to do that by just building one road that goes right to it. Anyway, thanks for all your help, dudes. I do appreciate it. I can make it so we could just initially do one gravel road. And then we could pave the roads on the side and pave the roundabout around it. Does that make sense? Yeah, here we're gonna have to start doing that. Is it happening soon? I got a couple more things that I gotta make, Arpazak. We're close. Well, close-ish. Okay, we gotta keep going with the level here. I'm working on another starting industry over here. This is oil. There's crude right here. So we're going to get in on that crude. This is something that I did last time on this map. I just didn't do it exactly like this. Hey, Maddie, what's going on, man? Takes forever to level these damn gravel patches. I know we aren't there yet, but can you attach a helicopter pad to a hospital for medevac helicopters? You'd have to research it in medical research, but yes. You need the medical university to do medevac helicopters, but yes, you absolutely can. Alright, so that should be good enough. Pretty damn flat. Where's the biggest deposit back here? I saw 54 there. Right there. 54? Alright, where's the next biggest deposit? Go this way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$71. There's a 50. Hey Slimbo, what's up, dude? I'm just screening the area. That 41 will do us, right? So that's 4. We got kind of provisions for about 2 more. The pumps are usually like groups of 3 because of how the pumping stations work. We have 5. There we go. There you go. There's your groups. Anything further up the hills? I don't think so. There's a little bit over there, but I don't care about that. Every single one of these is above 40. These ones are really, really above 40. Alright, so we got to think how we're going to put this all together. Funny thing, you could power the pump jacks with wind power. You have to unlock it. I could. I'm most likely just going to run a cheapo power line from here. And we can use above ground pipes, dudes. That's a shame. That works. And if I take this pump right here, we just flip it around. Yeah, you got to use these old pipes here. There we go. Now, we're going to have to do some modification here. That pipe needs to be modified because of the roads. Booster 15 is being rolled out. I know, I see it, dude. I saw it when it peeked out of the high bay. So now, right here, we'll use an underground pipe just for that part. And then above ground for the rest. Make the pipes run over the shortest distances. There was a time, guys, where I would have the pipes like all out and make it look all nice, but no. Just straight line is fine, and just have a pipe go underneath there. Cool. So, now what we're gonna need is over here. And once again, there's below ground stuff and there's above ground stuff. Above ground is cheaper. You have to pay more to bury the stupid thing. Now, if I did this right, I should be able to put a substation that's accessible to all of these. Yep. Put that right there. That thing can get at everything. Cool. All right, now over here. Same deal. Do that. Now we got to make the roads. It says that that's too sharp a turn. All right, now we're going to need another electrical substation here that can get at all these. Between that one and that one, it's probably good enough. By probably, I know it is. Now keep in mind, if we want the tracks to go through here, railroad tracks, if we ever want the tracks to go through... Actually, you know what? It might be better to make the railroad tracks go around. I was going to say have them close to the highway, but that's not a good idea. For the same reason why we made the railroad tracks go over here. You don't want tracks next to the damn road. Because then if your train needs to stop for something, you're not going to be able to fit it right next to the road. Right? You don't want to do that. That's stupid. So, I suppose I'll put in provisions for this, but, you know, might as well. We're here, so... I highly doubt that this train line will ever get made, but... I'll put it back there, though, just so we know. Are the other 18 parts on YouTube? I'm streaming on YouTube right now, Jamison. Yeah, they are. EJSA1 is my YouTube channel. Same, yeah, there's no underscore. It's just EJSA1. That's because Twitch wouldn't, or not Twitch, YouTube didn't like the underscore in the name. I had the Twitch channel before it, most of this. When EJSA2? That's the EJSA VODs channel, by the way. Also there. Yeah, you're welcome. So the above ground stuff is really like way simpler. It's way cheaper to make. You could just keep rolling with it like that. Always be switching. Now what we can do is take these lines. That should be more than enough to power all of this. And I'll run them next to my railroad tracks. Hey, Damians, what's up, dude? All right, now... Yes. Now let's get our big storage drums. I'm pretty sure the big storage drums have 2 inputs. They do. Well, that makes this a lot easier. Let me think about how I want to do this. Chillin', I had a massage earlier and now I'm being a potato. A massage, dude. Just got back from the cardiologist. What are you doing? Oil. We need oil now, dude. Give me 1 second. Now, I learned my mistake from last time. So, I'm gonna mess with this a little bit. 1. There's a certain way you gotta do this. And that certain way is... Actually, hold on. Let me think. Hey, S, what's going on? 15 rolling, though. Oh, they're moving it. Is that booster 15? They're moving it to the rocket garden, guys. Look. Look. Oh, no. Oh, no. Boo! Reuse it! You won't. Have you guys heard from Kyron? About 2 weeks ago, Hellfish? Don't stress about it? Alright. Alright, I won't. Okay. Alright, good. It's good enough for me. So let me think. Yeah, that's the way you gotta do this. You leaving, son? Alright. No problem. I'm thinking, dudes. So, so the mistake that I made last time was not putting pumps before my tanks. If you want to move a lot of oil into this thing, right? You got to pump it into it, right? So, you know, you could do this and that'll pump into that, but what happens when that gets full? This was my problem that I had last time. Right? So, we're not going to be moving this stuff out by train, even though we could, right? Probably make a lot of money. It'll take forever to unload at the Apatomo border, but primarily it's going to be done via trucks. We'll run tanker trucks back and forth, right? So we need a loading area, obviously, right? Can you elevate the train tracks above the ground? Yeah, of course. But that means your train's got to go up a hill. If it goes up a grade, it's going to slow down. Yeah, if it's too steep, it won't go up it. What is that booster doing? Turn left. Come on, take that left. They need to make space for booster 16. Mega Bay 1 is full. Shh. It looks like it's turning left onto Remedios. Or at least I'm hoping that it's going to turn left onto Remedios. Please turn left on it, because if it turns left on Remedios, that means it's going away from the Rocket Garden. Anyway. Later, you could pipe the line to a main rail fill line. Yes, we could. Yeah, I could. I could run a train track in here, Andrew. Sure. Show us. Not everybody has 38 monitors. Whoop. See? It's that booster is going down this road right here. It's basically right there. If it takes a left, it's going away from the rocket garden. The rocket garden right here is basically where stuff goes to die. Okay? So, if that booster takes a left and goes this way, that means it's going to the road. I have a theory for what's going on here, but we'll see. The Ring Yard Road is closed right now. Yep. 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 Nice. It's rolling to the pad, isn't it? All right. All right. She rolling to the pad. Yeah, see, Andrew, we could work on this when POA, when Satisfactory 1.1 comes out. We'll go revisit. All right, so we want. So basically, you got to put a pump before and after fuel storage, right? We would want a loading depot after the tanks. So how many tanks do we want here? The pump splits 3 times. Would it be Massey's or the launch pad, since Massey's has 16 on it? The pad is the only space for another booster, William. That was my rationale there behind making that statement. There's only so many places you could put the stupid things. What is that hat on booster 15? It's there to protect the equipment because it doesn't have a hot... Yeah, you already said it, Flip. All right. Is it to test the new tower? Use it to test the new tower? It'd be a good modal test, or not modal test. It'd be a good test. That wouldn't be a modal test, but yeah, that wouldn't be the worst idea. All right, now unloading. Oil and fuel loading and unloading only goes so far. Alright. I don't like how expensive that's getting, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this the simple way for now. Three tanks per pump. Yeah. Yeah, here, let's give myself a little bit of space between these. Alright, now we make a road go up through here, like that. And then, over here, I want... two off, just like that. There it is. Alright, now go here like this. I'm not sure that that's going to let me make that. Okay, it is. Alright, cool. I ain't upset. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking, guys. So we go here, get me a below ground pipe, have the below ground pipe go over there, and then have that connect into there like that, right? So you have from the pumps, all combines into one. She's leaving via Sanchez. I see that. Yeah. And then we can go back to doing above ground pipes. So that first one can go there. Second one goes there. This is not going to work this way. That road needs to go. There. That's fine. Yeah, because that means all three pipe outputs are good to go. So one there. One there. I just want to redo that curve so it matches. Fine, run the pipe out the back. I don't care. Make this easy, huh? You want to play it soft? Fine, we'll play it soft. You want to play it hard? Play it hard. There. Now that pumps into 3 crude. from there. See what I'm saying? And now, what I really, really would like to do, and this is what I kind of wanted, you do the same thing on the back side here, or on the other side, right? And if you do the same thing, you can pump it right into a storage so one truck can pull from all 3 tanks, right? But place the pump near the center tank? Right. Why wouldn't it let me make the other one the same concaviness? You know what? I thought of a solution to make a shorter pipe. Oh gosh. I thought of it again. Dude, like, as you go, you figure out way better ways to do this. Just offset. If we offset like that, it's gonna be nice and uniform, so we don't need that, right? And then, like you said, Andrew, shorter pipes, man. You do that, right? Go here. You run it underground there. It still doesn't match the curvature of that, and that's really, really annoying, but that's okay. In other words, we're rapidly iterating. Yep. Rapidly iterating would be designing this building, it's figuring out it doesn't work, demolishing it, and then going again. This is just design. You know what? The curve looks better, even though it doesn't match the curvature of the other one over here. That looks fine. But maybe if we deleted that, and then we did that again. Yeah, see? There you go. So now what you can do, right? What we can do with this, right? We could build one set of pumps, one drum, good to go. Then we can build a second, third, scalable, just like what we said. I mean, it's only scalable to an extent. We can make the... We could do oil arrays. But then again, that's a lot of storage for those 3 pumps. That's a lot. That's a lot of crude. I think 3 for 3 pump jacks is more than enough. Now, with our oil fueling and unfueling area, right? We could put 2 if we figured out how to do the other, you know, figure out a good way to place the other one. Mirror the tank if you want the same curves. Oh, that's a good idea. Actually, mirroring this tank, flipping it would give us a shorter pipe, but that's okay. Aren't the pumps to pumps from the oil well to before storage redundant? How am I going to split it into 3 tanks when I have 1 output, Madam Mel, without having a pump? It's redundant in terms of pumping, but this will allow distribution into all 3 tanks. You have to do it this way. Don't think of that as a pump. Think of that as just a splitter. You know what I mean? In real physics, this pipe, you could just have this pipe split 3 times, right? Because yeah, I sat there and thought about it for a second after you asked it. I'm like, oh yeah. Can you just connect the 3 tanks? Maddie, nah. From what I understand, the game doesn't work like that. And that's... Yeah. Because if you just connected the 3 tanks in line, it would fill all 3, right? Presumably, it doesn't do that. At least I don't think. I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Just because the way the game's physics are coded. Or the game's liquid moving-ish. Liquid moving-ish? That was an issue in Bakalakadaka, exactly. But yeah, good questions, Madam, for sure. Now, we're just going to need 2 oil. Two flown boosters side by side. Yeah, I guess it is going to the rocket garden. Well, my theory's out the door. Now, what we could do is combine both of these outputs into a pump that goes to the loading station, but I don't think the game works like that. How many ICPSs are left for Artemis? 2. That's not... That doesn't work. How far off are they from sending people to Mars? At the very, 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 very least 5 years. Like, that's at the very least. Why is this not wanting to fit? Maybe just don't snap it to grid. That works. Oh, I see. I'm an idiot. Do you think that would be a one-way trip to Mars in 5 years? Yeah, that's got to be kinked out like that. I don't know, man. You bloob? Yeah, you doing it for Twitch is cool, though. Yeah, man. Yeah. It is kind of like PCB design, isn't it? You gotta make sure stuff goes over and under stuff, you know, you gotta have the right things in the right spots. It is hard to say. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. Alright, let me check the profile. Pretty good. It's pretty good. A little rough at the top. Pad B chopsticks. Oh, they're moving. Dude, they moved. Corbin, it moved. Dude. Yo, let's go. The choppers, they work. Sweet, dude. That's the new one, yeah. There. Nice old roundabout there. I think we just belted out oil. I think that's it. It's the Flame Trench guy. Does he talk? NASA Space. You tagged at NASA Space Flight. Will EJ talk? Harry, I'm here. Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the sticks. What's up, dude? I got a guy popped over in the YouTube chat. Urban, what's up, man? Dang it, I must have missed him. Oh well. Evening, buddy. How you doing? I'm doing great, Urban. How are you? I don't like missing viewers like that. That's not cool. So, trucks will come down here. They can drive through, load up, drive out, and go. Simultaneously, trucks can drive through here and go. It's just a big roundabout. All good? Yep. Do you need utilities to these? All they need is electricity, Fluffy, and I'll bring in electricity from Apatomo. The electricity import cost will... The crude oil export will drastically outweigh the costs of electricity. Yeah, big time.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, 40-month resub. Hang on, I'm just checking messages. Hey, don't miss me. I know you. Yeah, Pat. How are you? Of course. I was just worried I missed Ari, that's all. I don't like doing that. Dude, Pat, one of the things that kills me on NSF is like when someone says hi and I can't say hi back because I don't want to interrupt anybody. Pet peeve. But also, my pet peeve about interrupting people is outweighing my pet peeve of making sure I greet everybody in that particular scenario. How much can one of these tanks hold? 1452. Oh. We're selling it at 43 a pop times 1452. And then that 2 times over. So times that by 2. Burbs. That's the potential there. But what is our flow? What's the flow rate here? Like, maximum daily production is 6.8 tons. Oh, and that's assuming 100% quality of source. So I'd say it's a good rule of thumb that these are producing about, every one of these is producing about 3 tons a day. So that's about 9 a day total. We have 4 tanks right there. Each one holds 1452 times 3. Now divide that by 9 tons a day. It'll take a year and a half to fill that up. So the crude oil just on straight export will not bring me much. Yeah, not bring me much. Fun fact, you can import the oil, run it through a refinery, and pump it out for a profit. Just need 2 foreign pumps. I know you aren't there, but as soon as you get rubles, just roll. Yama, I did that in Bakalakadakistan. I was importing crude on a pipeline connection, refining it, and then just pumping it right back out. I had my crude input also coming in with this, right? But yeah, once you do that, it's basically money printer. Yeah, money printer go boom. We could do that right here. Just build a refinery with 2 pipeline connections and call it a day. You have to get the refinery unlocked, though. Not easy on NSF, not as personal as your own stream, which is what you appreciate. Yeah, Pat, yeah. Hang on one second, dudes. That's your go-to start in cities? Mm-hmm. Nodders. Just build 1 tank per well to start. Yeah, that was the intention. In fact, what we could do is just build the 3 pump jacks, build the pump, and build one tank. You don't even need the offloading thing. Just build 1 tank. You're good to go. Oilopov. Does Starship require a booster to launch from Mars? No. It'll single stage to orbit on Mars, Vargon. Yeah. It'll SSTO. Mars has 1/3 of the gravity. Now, this isn't an end-all be-all equation for calculating delta V. 1/3 of the gravity with no atmosphere means you probably need like 2 to 3 kilometers a second to circularize around Mars. Real solar system players, what is it? It's actually, it might be 4 to 5. Either way, Starship will have enough. It'll have enough. Like if you have a full tank of gas on the surface of Mars, full tank of liquid methane and liquid oxygen on the surface of Mars with a Starship, it's enough to get into orbit and get to Earth. In fact, the most efficient way to do that would be to launch into a direct trans-Earth injection. That would be the easiest way to do that. There's a much bigger oil field over here. In Telos, Andrew. At least I think it's a bigger oil field. Yes, yes, it is a bigger oil field. Wow. Actually, it's not too much bigger. It is pretty large, though. Andrew, we should do it over here. We should do that over here, and you know what else we should do? Should make a port. Should make a port and export crude. This is what I mean, dudes. This is why I want all... I wasn't ready to unpause. We still got to build the industrial city over there, too. I think that'll be the second part of the plan. We'll probably unpause and build this thing out for about 5 years. And then pause in 65. Build the second city out. And kind of go from there. I'm just worried there's not going to be enough time. But then again, we got, you know. My thing with workers and resources is that I consider, so here's the reason why I'm planning everything, guys. I consider endgame in this getting to 1991 or 1992, we'll say 1992, and being fully self-sufficient. That is my win condition. That I'm basing my entire thing off of this. Off of this, you know, proverbial win condition, okay? My entire, like, the whole ideology as to how I'm playing, etc., etc. I want 1992 to roll around and import of resources to read that right there. 0. We export. You need... I don't want net export. I want export, period. Right? That's not a long period of time to get this done. But I want no imports, all export. Which, once again, that's why I'm taking my time in planning this. But yeah, that is what I would want. And in order to do that, we're going to need to generate a ton of money at the beginning of the game. And just thinking about Bakalaka and how we did it there, it was really just getting the refinery up. Well, you're still going to build a small gravel mine and processing. Andrew, it might be better to just import the gravel. Honestly, it might be cheaper, because gravel's $7 a ton. It might be cheaper to just do it, at least for initially. Boards can be good early game income. Doesn't take too many workers. Yeah. Welcome to Costco. I love you. How much research is required for recycling? A lot. Oh yeah, gravel recycling plant. I'm wondering if we could just import it. Import the gravel. Waste treatment plant takes hazmat and chemicals. That might be a good early game too. There's aluminum, steel, plastic recycling, gravel recycling. There's incinerators. You can do incinerator power plants, incinerator heat plants. The scrapping facility will take metal scrap. This is a new one. Oh. Shot going. This is a new one, dude. I learned what I learned from the desert map. What I learned from the desert map is to plan everything. So I planned out basically an entire city. Pretty awesome to look at, dude. We've designed a lot. Sisyphus has found a new boulder to roll uphill, and he's gonna do it right this time. Oh, man. Nice. How much research is required for recycling? I don't actually know. Can we get into the research tree here without no. Scientist in the help menu. Okay, thank you. Here is the recycling trees here. You got to get a separator, and then you got to research each one of these. They don't take very long. Well, actually, 1,200 work days. I mean, there's renewables. You can go wind. That's good. Airport infrastructure. A lot of people do geological facility, nuclear science, and then uranium mining to separating. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. A lot of folks do that, and that unlocks the uranium separator. And check this out. Uranium ore, right? Uranium ore, you bring it in for 15 a ton, and you can export uranium oxide for 800. The profit margin is insane. How do you plan for buildings that aren't researched yet? Leave space. Funky. Leave space is my plan. That's why I have patches all over the place of empty space. Violent, you said you started with nuclear fuel. Is it worth it? That was good. Is it worth it? Yeah, of course it's worth it. If you can get the conversion plant and go for UF6, holy crap, you can make tons of cash. Because uranium hexafluoride, look, bring in uranium ore, refine it to oxide, and then refine it to UF6, and you make bank. 5,000 a ton. But I don't think the UF6 is, that building doesn't produce very quickly. At maximum production with 120 workers, 40 highly educated, 80 workers, you're producing 1 ton a day. That's at max production. The uranium processing plant is 60... Oh. Early game I paid out 8K for a truck of oxide and 4K for chems. I exported 0.2 nuclear fuel for 26K. James EJ, just so you know, a Raptor 3 vacuum engine was just fired over at McGregor. Cool. Early game, I paid about 8K for a truck of oxide and 4K for chems. I exported 0.2 nuclear fuel for 26K. Nuclear fuel is 100 grand a ton. Wow. How did you do that in the early game, Violent? When did you get UF6 refinement, like, done? That's not early game. That's mid game. That's solid mid game, dude. Because you're gonna need, you need this one, which is 1,700 work days. You need geological facility, which is 1,500 work days. Then you need mining techniques, separation, and enrichment. When did you get that one figured out? I rushed nuclear, it took you maybe 4 years. 5 maximum, including building. We should consider doing that. We should consider doing it. Do these buildings pollute? The UF6 plant, absolutely. Yeah, it pollutes like crazy. Were you on a map with existing population, Violent, or did you start from scratch like what I'm doing? Raptor South Stand, James? Cool. thinking. Okay, so we could incorporate nuclear refinement into, let's say, early mid-game. Right? Late early game, early mid-game. We could do it. It's possible. It would be good because it could finance my trains. And once, dude, if we can get the trains going, oh, then we're good. I started from scratch with 0 people. You imported about 750 people. I'll send you a picture. No, I've seen your stuff, dude. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. You're good. I believe you. I wonder if a Raptor engine will get put in a museum. Yes. Yeah, of course it will. I wanted to add that so I could extend this road. Because if I do nuclear refinement, I'll put it right here. Put it over here, or in this area right here. I'd prefer to put it out here though. Check this one picture, please. Please. Did any RS-25s make it to a museum? Only old test mule engines, but yes. You have 52 tons of UF6 resources in containers. Look at the price. I see it. This is December 1980 though. But you do have lots of rubles. Cool. Any uranium on this map? I couldn't detect it if I wanted to, dude. I don't have the uranium mine. I'm pretty sure there is. I just have no idea where it is. Everything is being built on realistic, Funky. Yeah. Use the map. Crazy thing is just the processing plant. Maybe don't go for UF6 right off the bat. Just throw down the processing plant as soon as we unlock it. I mean, I can't place it, but throw it down over here somewhere, right? And then roll. stupidly pointed in the wrong direction. You only built the last 2 buildings in nuclear fuel, 1 conversion plant and 2 nuclear processing plants. So the conversion plant and the fuel fabrication, it doesn't take a lot of workers. Would it not work better on the rail line? Alright, I mean, we could always leave it there. I do need to re-hook up all this over here. Okay. Our oil is hooked up and ready to go. We're gonna need a technical depot over here for the snow plows. It'll take an eternity to build. You have every building is paused, and all of my construction depots are. I'm gonna manually tell them to build what when. Nothing is gonna be set to auto detect. Yeah, that's not a good idea. We could always put nuclear refining right here, as well. It's got a good connection. What you could do early game is not prow the roads for oil and just pause the export when it snows. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while to build this up, to build up these. It's going to take about a year for that stuff for these tanks to get full. Probably even more. Just, yeah, I mean, just export during the summer. That makes sense. Wait 1 second. Texting my mother-in-law. Okay, cool. Hey, freaking, what's going on? Do you have the storage capacity? Yeah, that's what these tanks are for. Are you in trouble? No. No. I talk to my parents and in-laws a lot, guys. That's the secret. I don't need a reason to talk to my in-laws or my parents. I just go and do it. Hey, how you doing? That way, if you do get in trouble for doing something dumb, they're like, all right. Trust me, this tactic works. No, also I care. Like, it's more that. The first way though, double bonus. Somebody said you can't double dip. You know what I mean? Trust me, this works. If you want to reduce it to, its base element. Do not buy KSP2, Baked Headhunter. Do not buy that game. Buy Kerbal 1. KSP2 is a dead game. Don't buy it. You have the first, you're not playing in a few years. Get some good mods, jump into Kerbal 1, just play it. Okay. What else? What else do we need? So, we got 3 early game industries ready to go. Oil, probably gonna do that one first. We got our basic city set up right here. That's what we'll do for basic city. We get basic clothing, so clothes, and then over here I wanted food. Food and alcohol. Food and alcohol, I might have to move to mid-game, though. Because of the power. Freaking power grid. Do that for now. Because they gotta build the substation. You gotta build the switch. Gotta do that. Gotta build the switches. Gotta build that. I don't have the you have to unlock the refinery, freaking yeah, or else I would just I'd build the refinery, build the city for it, and just bring in crude and then export fuel. That's what I did in my last save. Freaking money printer, man. You can bring in oil at 43 bucks a ton, and then you you buy it at 48 and you sell fuel at 135, and you could sell bitumen at 225. That's what I did before. Don't get me wrong, we could still do that. I could put 2 pipeline connections right here and just put a refinery right there and just, as long as we had a way for people to get to it. Major costs up front are fuel and steel. Yep. Hey Ari, you're back. See you in the trench on Friday. I'm out of here. All right. See you, buddy. Sorry I missed you before. You touch the glowing bit, you get super power. What? Oh. The other thing that we have to do is we have to get power here on a crappy substation. So that's going to work off import power until we get the big grid up and running. Now we have 1.3 million rubles. So we got to build, with 1.3 million, we have to build all of this. We got to build all of that. And part of this. And then really, if we really, really want to do good work, this as well. EJ's advice is solid. I talk to my in-laws constantly. Having a good relationship with your in-laws makes stuff easier. Yeah, it makes it easier for when you inevitably do something dumb. And, you know, look at me. Here's when they back you and not her. No comment. No comment, homie. Dude, Pad B's chopsticks are moving. It's pretty rad. Where will the first set of plows live? Probably with my temporary construction area. Yeah. Yeah, Hellfish for sure. All right, guys. So let me talk this through one more time, just so I can get it right in my head. We got to build all this, 1.3 mil. Got to build all this. Well, we have about 2 million between these. We got to build that. We got to build that. And then we got to build that plus the power grid. That's my minimum viable. If we can, you know, that's probably going to take, I don't know. What do you think? How long do you think that's all going to take? I mean, it really depends on how many trucks I buy. Let's say we allocate 300 grand for trucks. Right? That's fair. This is a masterpiece? Thanks, man. Don't you need the heating plant as well? Yeah. Yeah, we do. The heating plant and the power plant are going to be a tall order, guys. That's going to be difficult. Oh. Helicopter construction office, dudes. Can we make that right now? We can. I know helicopters take a lot of fuel. I know, but quick. So do the oil first. I think, Sunchill, I think you're right. So here's what I'm thinking, dudes. Take the rest of the year to build this. To build the oil. Build out oil. Right? Seriously, just make a little mini construction area like this one, but get rid of all that. Build that over here, right? And then get this all situated so we have oil up and running. Think we can do that by 1961? He's out here trying to make a quick buck. So what I'm thinking, guys, is that basically at the end of the year, pause, see where you are, design more things, right? And go from there. I basically have everything down here that I really like. All this stuff that you see on the screen. It's gonna take so damn long. I'd say 1970. Everything on the screen here is doable by 1970. Oil and crops. That would mean we'd have to build the bridge to the farm, dude. I could... Andrew, we don't necessarily need it. I have a level crossing right here that we could use. But the plan was to import crops, at least initially. Import crops initially. And then... yeah. The plan was to import the crops initially. That's it. And then work on the farms. And then once the farm is good to go, then, yeah. Oil and clothes. I would even say that this factory is more mid-game. The food factory and everything. That's more mid. Oh. Hi then. Hello. Hi, buddy. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? What's going on, Popper?
Not sleepy. Not really though.
It doesn't look sleepy to me.
No, Mama has treats in that pocket. I know she has treats in that pocket.
Come here, buddy. How you doing?
I'm good.
It's the Bobos.
It's the Bobos.
He really wants those treats, huh?
I don't know what his deal is. Got it in the
Tight.
right pocket.
I did. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right.
How goes Soviet Russia?
The Soviet game is very nice.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. I got pretty much everything that I want made
Yeah.
for the early to mid game. I just can't. Just trying to figure out what I want to do first.
Interesting.
Yeah. We're just basically coming up with strats here.
He's addicted again? When did he stop being addicted? Thank you, Kalthar. They clapped for me at book club. Hi, weather guy. Alright, we were just coming to say hi.
All right, baby.
I love you.
Love you too. I'll be down in a couple hours.
Alright.
Ah!
I'm gonna go watch more Supernatural because that's what my life is now. Just...
All right.
I have a problem. Chat. Thanks,
Would you-
weather guy.
What'd you make for dinner?
It's chicken and beans and tomatoes with tortilla chips that are just tortillas that I put in the oven.
Good?
I thought it was decent. It
Oh.
wasn't anything special. I mean,
Okay, cool. Sweet.
yeah.
I will get in on that.
A little bit of lime juice, a little bit of fajita spices.
Look at you. Look at you.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
Arctic, your wife also loves Supernatural. I stopped watching Supernatural in like 2014. It just kind of...
You probably caught up and then didn't watch more of it, if I know you.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe.
You probably watched a bunch of seasons and then...
Taito, come here. Get
yeah,
up.
there's just so many of them.
Give me your paw. Give me the paw. Hello.
We used to call it Stupid Natural. That's a silly name.
Hi, Bubbles. Bubbles. He's like, that's not funny. How do you play Workers for over 8 hours? My brain would melt. I could do this every day, dude. Easily do this every day.
Is there a mediocre natural? Mediocre? Hey, this shirt doesn't make me chroma anymore. It used to be a chroma shirt.
Nope. Sub-natural. What about mid-natural? It's even worse.
Do you want to hang out with Puffer?
I don't know if he wants that.
Do you want to hang out, Titan?
He just heard, do you wanna?
It's really hot in here.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna leave now.
Okay, bye-bye.
Love you.
Love you too. You can leave the door open. Giga natural. See you, babe. All right. Guys, I think here's something you did. Maybe something to consider for a second city. Find a coal source and build a coal mine plus processing, and have a conveyor belt prioritized to a small 1,000 aggregate that supports the heating plant for the city nearby, and have the heating plant and the coal be serviced by the same bus stop. Violent, did you see the part where I put all the, where I did this? How far is this? Maybe a little far. mean, the way we... Violent, I don't want to do that. The way we figured this out was to... the way I had this kind of done was to build aggregate there, build the heating plant, build the center aggregate there, and then build the power plant. Yeah, the power plant is what's going to take a long time. The other thing, guys, that I'm like, that keeps like getting me is like all the roads, dude. There's so many freaking roads that need to be made. Like some of these roads are going to need to be made quick. That's why I, you know, put the center line in so we can make them fast. We at least got to get them to gravel. Map and mods. So this is a New Republic is born, and I'm playing with no mods. This is a 100% like highest difficulty Milby, total realism playthrough. Yeah. So he adds a road. Andrew, the reason why I add the center road is so we could build roads in parallel. With the center road, I can work on this road and this road. I don't need to just work on this road, right? And if we had no center road, you'd only work on this one, and then you'd finish this one. But this way, I could work on two roads at the same time. You know, you could have construction here, and you could have construction here. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's parallel processing of roads. You get it built faster that way. I know, it was just funny. Yeah, I got you. I'm going to move the temporary construction over here. Temp construction is going to go here now. Just gonna put it on the freaking side of the road, because we're gonna tool up to build the oil. Actually, you know what? No, that doesn't need to be right there. We can get it going over here. All right, guys. So, here's what I think we're going to do. Am I forgetting anything for early to mid game? Seriously, am I forgetting anything? I know this is a weird time to ask. Or let me... Is there anything on the NATO side that can be quickly exported? No. There's iron over there. Waste processing. A liquid hub for oil, fuel, and bit. I don't have that while I walk in. Waste processing is the big one. I think Sneaky, I think the early game is just... With early game, we will just export for now. Fire station near oil. Good call. Okay. The first thing that we got to do We're discussing tactics now. First thing we got to do, gravel all this. Gravel the roundabout. Gravel everything. All of this. All these roads need to be built in gravel. That at least gives them a fighting chance if something catches on fire. Ideally, would like paved, but I think this should be paved. Do you have construction materials figured out? I do not, Raiden. I don't have construction mats figured out. But the more I think about this, the more I'm thinking that construction mats, that's mid-game. So before I was just kind of building what I want, right? Now, but I thought about it a little bit more. And what I think would be a nice way to do this is sit here at, you know, basically January 1961 comes around, you pause it again. Take a look at what you're doing, where you're doing it, maybe design a little bit more, and go from there. There was no space news. I didn't do space news today. I played right through on workers, man. Raiden, I delayed the construction material facilities that I want to put all right here, just because I don't think we need all of them. We gotta figure out early industries first. Oh, lumber stuff. I really don't care about lumber. I've never, some people say like, oh, it gives you a nice profit in the beginning. I don't even know how to do it, to be honest with you. Let's do this. Okay. All right, so what are we gonna do here? We have 2 construction mats. I need gravel from there. We need gravel trucks. I want 3 construction depots over here. Take that off auto search. Except... Take it off auto search except for reconstruction and machine replacement. This one will be a hauling depot. So this one is a dumper depot. This guy right here is a haul... equipment. And this one is labor. Depot. Okay, there we go. Set that. This is equipment hauling. We're gonna need... Okay, we need a truck that can haul things. The Skoda can do 12 tons. All right. All right. Okay, buy that one. Deliver mechanisms there. We could take that bulldozer there. The bulldozer and the excavator can go there. Right? Take those two. Send them home. And then I'll buy one more. Okay. Now over here, we need... We're gonna need more dump trucks than anything. So can we get American stuff? Okay. The Tatra 138 is a good dump truck. The BZ252 is really good, but it goes so slow. But it can hold so much. The T138 is good all around. The big one is good for filling local storage before trains. This is really for road and gravel construction and then building the oil field. So I'm gonna buy 4 of those. Gravel and asphalt. This is a hauling depot. So steel. Bricks. Prefabs. Boards. Mechanical and electrical components are covered. We're not building again. Oh, crap. Okay. We're gonna need a cover. Okay, buy the covered Skoda over here. Buy that one. Now this one is yeah, Labor Depot is fine. Buy those the FCK. These are great buses. Those are, and they only cost $1,000. Really could do with one more of these. Let some bozo put those dang lights in the way. Here. Okay, so this one is mixer. Actually, no. I put a covered truck over there. So this is just a mixer depot. It doesn't need to be covered. The hauling depot has covered and not. Okay, mixer depot. Get concrete from there, just out of the gates, and then we need four mixer trucks. There we go. Cool. That one is for labor. That has the 4 trucks there. Set that off. I don't need them to auto-detect anything. Okay. Construction, assign construction office tool. And then we need to go to assign construction tool. There we go. Is there nothing a properly configured Tatra 138 can't do? And their first assignment is to make that a freaking gravel road. And make that a gravel road as well. Alright, dudes. Are you guys ready? We're gonna pause the game. I'm gonna try to build this in less than a year. I'm gonna pause the game again January 1st, 1961. Yeah, I don't think we can get much further with these designs until we really start getting some infrastructure figured out. But we'll pause it on a year-by-year basis. Okay, ready? Here we go. April Fools, I'm just kidding. No, seriously, let's do this. All right, here we go. 8:40 p.m., March 19th, 2025. We've officially unpaused the game. Did you pause and unpause during your Manor Lords play? I missed that one. I think I did, yeah. Can't you use up the rest of the depots from the other border? I took those away, Noctis, to make over here. Alright, here we go. Just gotta wait for that guy to load up the fuel. Now all the vehicles gotta fuel up. They're gonna all bum rush the gas station. Where's the other truck? Oh, I told him to live there. Oh, he's getting gas. All right. Can you reassign the 2 for landscaping? Those are just road depots, Noctis. They're not construction depots. Differences. They look exactly the same, but they're not. What the? Ah! Even the gas truck needs gas, damn it! Crap! Okay, maybe we should have filled up the gas station with gas so they didn't all bum rush it at the same time. Oh dear. How's the border look? Fine. You guys are gonna kill me. I actually forgot cranes. We need cranes to build power lines. Well, you don't technically, but if you don't use those for that, then I don't know what to tell you. Last, please. Revert. More fuel pumps. Check to see if they have fuel and go again. Look, I made backups, dude. I'm not going overboard on those, okay? In fact, we can probably tell the gravel trucks to start getting going on this, so go. We do need cranes, though. Do we not have cranes? Oh, there we go. Here we go. Day 1. Traffic jam. Raptors on the test stand again. First gravel for the first road for Yakograd has been laid down. The cranes are hating me. Raptor Rudd? Did it explode? Looks all right to me. I don't think so, dude. I think it's all right. Oh yeah, nighttime. Forgot about that. Need more bulldozers for the roads. Where is my bulldozer? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you're right. Let me take the covered out of the hauling depot and then buy a bulldozer. AT-50s are great bulldozers. Red equals rapid unplanned disassembly? Yeah. It didn't look like they blew up a stand, dude. Maybe do a gravel storage. We're so close to the dang border, and I think we're okay. Where'd that excavator go that I just... Oh no, the excavator can do it. Oh, dude, look at that. Spread it on! It's only a matter of time now. Good morning, Yakograd! Did we ever plop that fire station in the oil area? I didn't. I gotta gravel all these roads first, but, thank you for reminding me. I won't connect it just yet. We shouldn't hire foreign workers to build roads. Yeah. At 7:46, something happened. Big fireball. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There were 2 test stands firing. Yeah, that doesn't look great. Okay. Big fireball comes out. If you guys want to check McGregor live, I gotta focus on this. The day-night cycle doesn't necessarily reflect the date and time in the game, Agent Smith. The day-night cycle is just there to make you feel better. Yeah, I saw it on the horizontal stand. It definitely popped. Yeah, you can only do that with paved roads. The day-night cycle isn't real. It can't hurt you. So, like I said, in case anybody's wondering why I build the center road here, so take a peek. The rate at which the bulldozers lay down the gravel is obviously way slower than the rate at which the gravel trucks can deliver gravel. The dump trucks can deliver the gravel. So at a certain point here, you're going to run out, like the bulldozers, you'll have a full road of gravel and all they have to do is spread it. So with this center road, that allows the trucks to start working on the next bit of road and start laying the gravel there. See what I'm saying? It allows you to do that. We should do it, shouldn't we? I don't think it's worth paving them, Make. Not right now. Gravel for that's a whole lot of dip. That's a lot of dip. Further from the border? Yeah. Now the other thing that we can do, if you notice, look, crane trucks aren't really doing anything. And that truck isn't really doing anything. So what we could do is tell them to start building out the power grid. And once again, they can still drive there. Get the substations built. And that will dispatch the cranes and the cement mixers. At least it should dispatch them. Actually, what I'm going to do is take two of the cranes here. I'm going to put the covered back over there. Because we need electrical components, mechanical, and electrical components there as well. And I don't... Yeah, we got covered over there. Cool. Border traffic jams are inevitable. There's no way of getting around it, Imbrim. At least for right now. Dude, when we got this all ready to go, right? I'll build a road depot or something down here. We'll move I'll move the whole circus down here, then it's not a problem anymore. It's just a lot right now because I told them to do a lot of things. Hey, Matt, what's going on? It's busy. It's busy right now, dude. Yeah. Because this is the... I unpaused the game after doing 20 playthroughs with, or 20 episodes without pausing. I planned the entire damn city, dude. You're literally just at the start. I have the whole freaking city planned out. We're just working on one little segment of road right there. But we got to build all that. Dealing with COVID again, so, you know, good times. Oh. Yep, the first thing I'm trying to do is get minimum viable. Get the road to the first roundabout here. And then get the trucks down here. Get all these roads graveled out. And then get oil up and running. We could be building the road on the other side at the same time. Do I have room for another construction depot? We do. Nice. They're gonna need one of those gas stations here. So that one is just... Oh, please, no. No, 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 no. Do not assign stuff. We're gonna need dump trucks. So... You know what? Give me 4 of the BZs. Let's do it. And then over here, I'm gonna need 2... Actually, do I have an extra one over here? I don't believe so. Alright, so... Let's go back over here. I need 2 bulldozers. Again. 2 bulldozers. And 2 open. Get a gas station first and make sure it's full before you purchase other vehicles. Whoops. Yeah, I figured that one out the hard way over here. No, no, no. Come back. You know what? You know what? You know what, you? This game's hard enough. You're getting control age. Go. No, no, come back. Ah. Not working. He's going down to the gas station that's way down there, which really sucks, but... Unless I cut off his supply strategically. Haha! What are you going to do now, Ed boy? They'll all come back. Does the workforce stay the same size, or is there a way to increase it? What do you mean, workforce? The amount of people working on the road? Yeah, you can make it bigger. There's only a maximum amount of people that you can have on this job here, right? If you want more people working on it, you need more people. Did you give the new construction office a bust or two? No, you shouldn't need labor to build these roads, dude. Yeah, if you want to increase it, workers and resources, man. You need more people. These BZs are freaking sweet dump trucks. They can hold 24 tons. It's a big mining truck. Just go to the gas station. It's right there. Maybe a van and park it at the depot when it's not needed. Who let him on pause? Chat made me do it. Gangsta chat made me do it. Cranes weren't assigned. Now the cranes should go. Yeah, there we go. I see where the loyalties are now. Loyalty, more like loyal D's. Got him. The bulldozers aren't assigned? No. Please, no. Just roads. How did it pick up that damn train station? Oil fields are automated, Agent. Yeah, we'll be fine. The pumps work by themselves, dude. Can't build any more of this. Are those poles enough for the oil field? Yeah, they should be.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Agent Smith, tier 1, 3 months in advance. 12 months total. Nice. Thanks, man. That really helps, dude. 3 months in advance. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. I don't think the dozers should be idle. If I untick that box, they'll be fine. Oh boy, rain. They'll drive to destination. They'll drive to the job site. But I'll only have them do it this once. Oh, thank God the rain stopped. We're 1 month in and I have a little bit of road made. I should have designed this too.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Ace, 44-month resub. Thanks, man. No, I'd pave the outermost ones first. Actually, I'm just paving one right now, Raiden. Do the outer ones first. That was the plan. Because that's what the exit ramps are hooked up to, dude. Freaking you alright, dude? Yeah, Kabuki, I decided to... What I'm going to do is work on the first phase here. First phase, the early game. I'm going to get oil up and running. Okay? And then we'll pause again in 1961. I pretty much got to the point where we really can't design much else. We really can't design much else. But, like, everything here, even some of this is well into the mid-game. I got all the early game stuff done. And now we got to focus on it. What I really like, what we're doing, once again, clothes. We're doing clothes and oil. That's in crude export. That's what we're starting on. All right, Dino. See ya. I don't know why it didn't prioritize the... whatever. Planning everything out just probably taught you a lot. How many times did you scrap what you had to redo it better? It's all a process. That's right. Yeah, guys, my big thing for, like, unpausing this is that, look, if we pause on a year basis, I can kind of get a good, like, okay, so the next pause time, right, will be January 61, okay? That's the next time we pause. And then we'll be like, oh, maybe we should have done this, or oh, maybe we should have done this. I think I got to the point, once I got all the utilities and everything finished, I got to the point where I'm like, okay, we're not going to get much further unless I start doing early game stuff. So that's what we're doing. Next May, so you're out of the snow? Okay, well, our fiscal year will start in the spring, okay? My plan, if we get oil up, if we get at least one of these oil fields working before the first snow, take the trucks that will be transporting the oil and don't do anything. Just have the pumps just build. Just keep filling those tanks with crude. Keep filling the tanks with crude. EJ, in January 61, the UK stopped using farthing as legal tender. It was worth 1/4 of a penny. You unpaused it on April 1st. That should be the next pause. All right. April 1st is the beginning of our fiscal year. That sucks. That's pretty funny. Or is it? It's a leap year. Ugh. March 31st. Or no, February 31st. Yes, yes. Sweat, baby, sweat, baby, sweat, baby, sweat, baby, sweat, 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 sweat. Bing! February 80,000. February 69th. Look at that old BZ-52. Look at that dang old truck, I tell you that. There's the 32nd of September. Stop it. Stop, don't do that again. When you start singing Bloodhound Gang and realize that have to live. Yeah. Yeah, you noticed that, huh? Sweat, baby, sweat, baby. That is a Texas drought, and you do the kind of stuff that only chat would sing about. So put your hand in this bag, and I bet you'll feel chips. Because I'm eating Doritos, and you're giving 2 thumbs up. Sweat, big sweat. Okay. Da-dun, da-dun, da-da-da-dun. Radio edit a bad touch. So put your hands in this bag, and I bet you'll eat chips. Miss that band? Wonder what they do if they made a new album. Get canceled is the end of that sentence. Dude, half the music that I listened to in freaking high school, like the mainstream music. I mean, I didn't listen to too much like contemporary music at the time, but yeah, all that wouldn't fly today. That wouldn't fly at all. Want you smothered, want you covered like my Waffle House browns. Do you need to plow the train tracks? Nope. All the music you listen to is on the oldie station. Stop. Stop. Ugh. I understood that reference. Oh yeah, you load up that crap. Look at that. Look at that BZ-252, boy. I tell you what, it's a nice truck. It looks like an auto car. That thing is a freaking monster. I love it. Hey, anybody? Speaking of heavy equipment. Old heavy equipment. Anybody here watch Diesel Freak? Anybody see that D8? That Caterpillar D8 he got running? That was probably one of the most legendary heavy equipment revivals I've ever seen, ever. Pretty awesome. No? Negative on Diesel Creek? Alright, cool, sweet. Watch it. It's awesome. I'm an audience of one. I don't know why they decided that, you know, they dropped the bulldozer off over there, but whatever. This side is not using workers. The other side is. Oh, stuff gets bogged down on those dirt roads. I struggle to keep up with admin, Fordman, digs, and pole barn. Oh, okay. Hawks. Diesel Creek is what they do, but with construction equipment. It's awesome. He pulled a Caterpillar D8, a 67 D8 out of a freaking hedgerow. Like, wasn't even a hedge, there was a tree growing through it. Trust me, it's mint. And yes, I have trouble, dude, I am behind. I am so freaking behind. Especially going to Starbase and stuff. I'm like righteously behind on everything. I haven't watched the new Vice script where he paints that F-250. A Geese in Diesel Creek is this, dude, so good. So good. Do you have a local landscaping bulldozer just sitting? It's over here. Yeah. By the time it drives all the way down there, like, and once again, it's got to be on the construction depot, dude. By the time it drives all the way over there, don't worry about it. The speed on the dirt road, yeah, it gets muddy. They'll slow down on the dirt road, dude. Yes. Oh, you'll like that channel then, Hawks. Yeah. Did you know that on April 10th, 1961, JPL transmitted a target radar beam at Venus that definitively set the scale of the solar system? No, man. I like that, though. April 12th, 1961 was also a good day. Cessna 172. Yes. Cessna 172. What type of transmission did Fordman rebuild? Also, what channel is that? I don't believe I'm aware. Hey JRB, what's up? Good thing they didn't aim it at Uranus. Simon Fordman, 73 jab. Well, Be subscribing to that channel. Mint, you watch Peg too? I love Zip Ties. Love that guy. Did you see his newest one? The new one where he fixed that Aerostar, the L9000, the water truck. The thing is freaking sick, dude. I love it. All those channels are single-handedly like just making me want to buy construction equipment. I have no need for construction equipment, but I want it. It's screwed up. Yeah, Raiden is correct. Yep. Andrew, that's right. You need an F450. I got a 350. It's technically not mine. It's Ernox, but got a 350. I really can't spend money on anything, Nova. I'm waiting on my taxes. F550? I'm not gonna say I don't want it. Fine, you know, Cat D10 if you want. I can't, guys. You guys already paid for the lift, but that money is, I'm holding on to it just because I don't want to get boned on a tax return, on my tax returns. I gotta wait for my accountant to come back. Or call me back, not come back. How can I send you a funny picture? Just get perms from the moderators, dude. Okay, over here, construction 2. What else can we have them work on? Oh, that's right, over here. Get this figured out.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Who's that gifting subs? God gifted a sub to Harness. Oh, just link it in here then. Supersonic Flips. What is this? Dude. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. So we can buy you an F40 PH? If you bought me an F40 PH, I'd take it. I just don't know what I'd do with it. Dude, I'm here for it. I want to get to that point. That would be amazing, actually. Somebody gifted a sub. Dude, is it bad if, like, Workers makes that even worse? Like, makes this even worse because there's a bunch of old construction equipment in it, and I'm like, nice. There's a Caterpillar D9 in this game. Yeah. And I think there's a D4, too. But, maybe not a D4. There's 2 Caterpillar excavators in it, but... Random question, do you think we will see people walking on Mars in our lifetime? Yes. And Komatsus, yep. Like these T-138s, those are Tatras. Those are real trucks. Tatra is a heavy equipment manufacturer from the Czech Republic. How old do you think the people who will walk on Mars will be? Probably 5 to 10 years old right now. SVO. It's just us right now, Matty B, as far as I can tell. Are there idle cranes? There is an idle crane, yes. I'm not 100% sure why. Because this dude... Yeah, weird. These are in a road depot. This is not a construction depot. They're not assigned to any particular construction right now. I should have told them to build all the roads first. That was my fault. Telling them to build the substations and stuff is taking too long. Meanwhile, over here, I freaking... Yeah. Making 20 kilometers of train tracks and babysitting the construction trains is not fun. Yeah. Can you make another depot so you can free up a construction office? Yeah, but whatever depot I make, these things won't be allowed, won't go to. Like they, I wouldn't be able, like the 3 cement mixers right there. We still have stuff that needs concrete, I think. Do we? No, we don't, actually. The last cement mixer should be coming back now. Where is he? Oh, the last cement mixer is over there because the last one is a dump truck. Yeah, I bought that BZ252. Forgot about that. It does appear that all engines have been removed from booster 15. Ooh. Interesting. Not great. Them BZ's doing frickin' work, though. Holy cow. I told them to fill all this stuff up, and they've done it. Hey. I just need more freaking bulldozers over here. That's what I need. I'm just thinking about the building logic here. So get rid of that. Set that as a gravel road, and they still have access. Yep, see. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying not to block a path. But I also need the roundabout. We need the whole roundabout made. What I can do is once these two little bits get done, right, you delete the center bit, then you work on that bit, right, just like what I did over here. I don't know, Houston. Probably next week. On April 25th, 1961, the first patent for an integrated circuit was issued to Robert Noyce, who later founded Intel. The same day, Gus Grissom flew through the wreckage of Mercury 3 in an F-106. Through the wreckage. What's next? The clothes factory? Yeah, well, yeah. I wanted to get this up by the next pause point, which is April 61. After oil, it's, after we get the oil up and running, I'm going to use that to basically finance building the first part of the city. We need to get all the municipal buildings ready to go. So, the shopping center, school, kindergarten, obviously the main flat, but they need electricity, they need water too, so we got to get water up and running after that, and then sewage as well. Oh, nice, Manfu. I didn't know that. Cool. Why gravel roads? I don't have any paving equipment right now, Pigeon. You gotta buy it. Oh. That depot didn't seem to be assigned to that switch. I don't know why. You know, get the dump trucks out there. Swap them with the trucks. There's no need to haul bulldozers right now. There's no traffic on the roads anyway. Just get these guys stockpiling as much gravel down on these roads as we possibly can. Like, we need the roundabout. Oh, please, no. No, 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 no. Hey. I'm gonna end up needing more bulldozers. You love the long streams? There you go, man. That more centrally located construction depot. Now, what's the thing we're going to need the most of? Concrete looks like what we need a lot of. So, let's see. What does it cost to put down a concrete plant here? Yeah, that does cost some people. But if we go into the trade here, how much does concrete cost? $14.60. What about cement? Cement's 25. Cement is more than concrete. But 29 tons of cement can... Oh, you need gravel too. 29 tons of cement can produce 170 tons of concrete. Ah, okay. Do you think Raptor 314 will fly its third flight on Booster 14? Because pi? Yes. I'm going to build these construction depots here, and I'm going to move a lot of this equipment over here, right? Move a lot of this equipment over here so we can get rid of these depots and then move the free depots into this spot where we want. I'll then use the free depots, first of all, away from the frigging border. Second of all, I'll use them to build the bridges. So we're going to need a paver and a roller, etc., etc. Where are you going? How are you getting to that? No. 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 Go home. Go home. Anti-senpai, do you think... Not this year, Pigeon. Maybe maybe the next. Hmm. I'm gonna have labor focus on the electrical. We got a nice stretch of road there. Here, let's drive down it. Oh yeah. Very smooth. Look at that. Very nice. Starship V3 before the end of the year? Maybe. June of 1960. I wanted oil up by the end of the year. We are a good ways in right now, and yeah, we're not close. Which is a little unfortunate, but you know. Zing, what's going on, buddy? I saw a V3 labeled header tank. So does that mean V2 has a fundamental design flaw that can't be fixed? It's more like they figured out the thing that was making V2 not happy and then made a V3 based off of that. It's just, Eggy, it's a theory that I've kind of had for a little while. All the stuff that they did on Block 2 are mitigations. They're mitigations from Block 1. Right? Like the CO2 suppressant in the attic and everything else, etc., right? That's all mitigation. SpaceX doesn't do mitigations, they fix things. So that tells me that they do have a fix. It's just coming down the pipe. We just haven't seen it yet. But in the meantime, you're not going to not fly starships, right? So fly them, mitigate the problem until it gets fixed. Focus on getting to orbit, which is what I think they're trying to do. Once again, that's why these ships have like the attic and the CO2 suppressor, etc., etc. Almost done. Hopefully the pipe coming down isn't a Block 2 downcomer. Right? We're under 1.1. Hey, the switch got built. Nice. About to get electrical power up. Excellent day. How many Falcon 9 second stages would SpaceX be pushing out in a week? At least 2? Yeah, at the very least 2 to 3 Vargon is what you need to hit their flight cadence. Yeah, 2 to 3 second stages a week. That's the flight cadence that they've been hitting over the past 2 years. It's a lot of upper stages. You see it every time SpaceX does a webcast, Vargon. It's in the background. You just don't notice it. The second stage production line is... Alright, hold on. Here. It's behind them. They never show it. It's behind them. So they have the two commentators that are sitting behind the desk, and then they have a view down a hallway behind them. At the end of that hallway is the second stage production. Or at least that's where the barrel segments are made. Engines are made a little ways down on the right. But yeah, you basically see them. In a shot of mission control, you can see them building thrust structures for first stages. The mission control shot, you know how they have a bunch of windows, right? On the right-hand side, they're building first stages over there. No. I thought it was a different part of the production line. See, that's the thing. When SpaceX first engineered Falcon 9, they made it so they have one assembly line that can make first and second stages on the same tooling. So, you want to see some Kerbal stuff, dude? Hold up. You guys have played KSP, right? We've all seen Falcon 9. Here's a little bit of an older picture of one, but it still gets the point across. Actually, you know what? Block 5 would probably be better to show you. This is off of Space News, so check it out. All right, here's a picture of a Block 5 Falcon 9 on the TE with no payload fairing. Okay, look. The second stage is one barrel segment. Okay, that's one barrel segment. The first stage, right, is 3. Actually, 4. No. Oh, I forget. 1, 2. It's 4. Yeah, that's right. Look at the first stage. The first stage is 4 second stages long, right? 3 of the barrel segments, 3 of those same barrel segments are used to make the LOX tank, and 1 of them is used to make the RP-1 tank. Fun fact. Yeah. This is... I mean... Don't get me wrong. The barrels, like they have a thing on the assembly line that's just making the barrels, and then you have to start modifying the barrel segments. Obviously, second stage has to have that bulkhead in there, right? And then there's the common bulkhead between the first stage LOX and RP-1 tanks, right? But the first stage is just 4 of those barrel segments. That's what I'm talking about. You just crank out barrel segments, and you can either make first or second stages. Doesn't matter. Also, they made Falcon 9... The reason why Falcon 9 is very skinny, a very long rocket, compared to, like, Delta or Atlas or something, is because they designed Falcon 9 to DOT cargo regulations so they can move it around with a truck and not with a boat. Not with a, like a barge or whatever. Ironically, it lands on barges, but yeah, it can be moved on the highways. It's designed to DOT transportation standards. That was one of the things that, that was super important when they first designed it. The core diameter is derived from being able to fit under a bridge. On a highway. No joke. Like this kind of bridge. Falcon 9 is designed to be able to be carried on a trailer and fit under these bridges. That's how they could just move Falcon 9s all over the place. Like Falcon 9s just pop up at the Cape. They ain't made there. They're made in Hawthorne. On the same barrel segment line that makes first stages. So when they build a new booster, they just pull some barrel segments aside for it, and the rest get made into second stages then. Most likely, yes. Pretty cool, huh? Like I said, man, SpaceX is no joke. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, all good. Idle vehicles. Unacceptable. I'm actually going to tell them to start working on that. The idea of a gravel roundabout is unsettling. Yeah, that's fair. Second switch is up. Conduit is up. Or the substation is up. We're just waiting on that thing to get made. Make the next batch of gravel roads. Tractor trailers typically need 13 feet 6 inches of clearance, but you can get oversized clearance as well that avoids bridges. Well, Falcon 9, so synonymous hippopotamus, yeah, Falcon 9 is 3.7 meters in diameter. So 3.7 times 3.3. There you go, man. And then couple that on a... So Falcon 9 has a special lowboy trailer, dudes, here. They have a special lowboy that can move this thing. Here's a picture of one. This is a Teslarati picture, but see? Specialized lowboy. It's a lowboy with... So right here, that's the truck. So you got your fifth wheel, your sixth wheel, and your seventh wheel. It's a double or triple articulated trailer. It's like hauling doubles, but a rocket booster instead. There's no connector between the front and rear right there. Falcon 9 is the structure there. And in order they got to keep it pressurized to do that, so they have a generator up there with a pneumatic system that keeps the damn thing pressurized. And cool for what it's worth, so they don't fry any electronics, but it is oversized, absolutely, dude. It's an oversized load, no doubt. Look at us. Look at the progress that we're making. This is great. So we need a crane open. We have an open haul. Alright, put that bulldozer there. Put that bulldozer there. Put the open haul there. Now buy a covered. Yeah, we can use that for moving electrical, the small one. So set mechanical, electrical. We need to set boards. All the dump trucks are being used. I could have them start building the power line that's gonna power the initial city right there. See that? Do you need storage near the oil field depots? What type of storage, Anti-Senpai? General storage. I really want storage for oil, dude, and that's basically what we got here. Also forgot that those needed to be made. What I'm really pining for is getting the construction depots up. And connecting the roads is more of a bonus at this point, but until we get those up, I might as well just keep using my bulldozers to do it. And in the meantime, I'm going to take the second construction depot, which does not have any construction labor, and I'm going to tell those 2 trucks to start stockpiling all the resources that you need to make this thing. I'm going to need 20 tons of boards. They're going to drive all the way over here to the substation, which is fine. It's okay. Bring the bulldozer over here. In the meantime, I'm going to take a crane, and I'm going to bring the crane back over, one of the cranes back over here, so the crane can be used to make that line. I've been so busy, I missed most of the planning. Sorry about that. Are you planning on implementing a similar system to the desert map when it comes to crude and border export? Yes. Crude and clothes is what I'm doing, dude. With the initial part of the city. So this is the first part of the city that we're going to build. And then as we expand more, that's the second part. And then there's the third part. We'll expand our clothing empire by adding a second clothes factory and a fabric factory, right? As we expand this, you know, the crude is just going to give us money. That gives us a good base income, right? We get the city over here working. We get water. We get sewage figured out. And then once that starts going, I would really like to start on getting food and alcohol set up, or the farm. Farm would be good as well. The sooner we get crops up, the better. But crops are really, 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 really dependent on trains too. You can load 2 dozers. Oh. Well, that's good to know. On that particular one, yeah, that's right, you can. July 6th, 1960. Score. The other thing I'm going to do is build a road depot over here as well. Nice. We're actually making... This is pretty good progress. Once again, I really want oil up and running by well, April 1961 is what we have. The vehicles are always the big expense, dude. Jeez. Because we haven't spent that much money on resources, 35 Gs. So we've imported on the ruble since the start, since February 1960, we've imported 35 Gs worth of resources, most of that being gravel, little bit of fuel. Nice, not bad at all. Ding. Nice. 17K for all that gravel is a steal. Yep. Tain't bad, man. Do you have any more free gas stations? I do. Yeah. I can build 9 more, Andrew. I wonder if this game would get inflation right. It's RNG on inflation. It does happen. But the rate at which it happens is randomized. Because, you know, you really only play this game if you hate yourself. A lot. Less runs to refuel. That'd be good for like something that moves slow, like the bulldozers. The other thing is, Andrew, a construction depot, once it's up, you can tell it to unload fuel there, and the equipment will just refuel at depot. But you need electricity to do it. We have idle equipment. Guess what time it is? It's time to start building the depots here. Oh. No, I gotta get those done. I deleted the access to it, I know, because I want this road, I want it made out of gravel first. I know, that's why I bought cranes in the first place, dude. There should be a crane en route to this thing. Oh, once the boards are all there. Yeah, see, I really want them to get started on this. Because if we can get that in the road depot, I'm going to take this whole thing and get rid of it. And that actually reminds me, what we'll do then is take the gas station. Don't connect it just yet. Put the gas station right there. We're doing okay. Well, that's a slap in the face. Oh. Oil is the price of oil is deflating. See? Oh God. Oh God. The benefit of that is that fuel and bitumen, the price of those goes down as well, so I won't be paying as much in fuel. Gonna make it. 2 work days left. $99. Gonna make it. Switch to close as priority. No, maybe only build out one of the oil arrays. Only build one. Sorry, I was just reading something. You can still do oil, but I'm gonna stockpile it. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, stockpile it. Just build one. Don't sell any. Just stockpile the stuff as much as a bunch. Just make a bunch. And you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, get both of these up and running. Do it, and then stockpile the crude. And then when the crude price goes back up, it will reinflate. When it does, then we start selling. Then flood the market with it again. 6,000 tons of crude is not flooding the market, dude. But the cool thing about this game, guys, and Casey, I don't know if you know this, dude, but the cool thing about this game is that you absolutely can deflate the price of something if you export too much of it. The market is dynamic. It reacts to what you're doing. So you can't just be like, oh, oil is at a really good price, I'm going to keep selling it. No, the price will deflate. This game is nuts, dude. Like, nuts. Actually, is the crane? Where's the crane? Didn't I have a crane? There we go. Fire station at the same time might be smart. No, not that crane, Midge. No, I'm looking for a telescoping crane. No, that one's different. Nope. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. Buy some extra gas. The price is low. Yeah. You just woke up from a nap and your ears are ringing. I'll just buy gas for here. For now. I gotta sneeze. This is the turbocharger. You hear that? Jester, what the heck? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just me being weird, man. It's all good. Would this game allow you to align with NATO and not come back? You can just trade on the dollar and buy American equipment, sure. Mike? Yeah. You still have to use the Soviet system, right? But yeah. Ah. I told them to prioritize these so we can build the construction depots. You haven't touched a single dollar. It's because I don't have a connection to the NATO border, Pigeon. One of my priorities is to build that road. That road is going to get built when this construction depot is ready to go. See those two? When we get those ready, that's when we go to do it. In order for those to get built, I need this road to get built, which is why I just prioritized those. See? Is it quarter till 11? No. Okay. Close. Huh. Huh. How did it get so late so fast? How did that happen? Quarter? I didn't say that. I said quarter. You unpaused. Yeah. Sidewinder, I'm going to repause the game on April 1st, 1961. And then we'll assess where we are. Maybe design more stuff based off of playing the game for a little bit. Daylight savings. Time machine. I only built 5 roads. How did it get so late? It's only 7. Yeah, that's... There you go. You started building and you unpaused time. That's a good point. Have any of the major projects started, or is it just roads in construction so far? We're starting on oil. Gonna get oil up and running. Once we get... I'm gonna start stockpiling crude. Once that's done, then the big project, we got to build all this right here. That all needs to get made, along with the sewage as well. Once we do that, once that's up and running, simultaneously we get clothes going. Scale the clothing factory to the proportion of this, this area here. Because, yeah, so the clothing factory takes 80 people, so 8 times 3 is 24, because you have 3 shifts, right? So we need about 500 people, and yeah, that's... This is not going to get us that. So, one... yeah, so one clothing factory, and then we'll go from there. XQC trying to learn orbital mechanics from chat, and it's hilarious. Dude, he's playing KSP, huh? That's cool. I mean, that dude likes rockets. He watches Falcon 9 and Starship launches and stuff, dude. What have I missed on workers joining mad late? Oh, I noticed a lot. I designed the clothing factory. I designed sewage. I designed plumbing. I expanded the city to better accommodate what we're trying to do. I added another substation over here. I worked on the electrical power grid. I got electricity, the main electrical power grid design finalized. Yeah. Dude, we worked on a lot today, and I unpaused the game. What I decided is that we basically got to a point where... this should keep me busy for a long time. This should keep me busy for a while. Yeah. And this city is good enough to get all the clothing working, all of the food factory working, power station, coal, everything. It's good enough for all of that. The clothing is going to be our big one, though, guys. That's going to be the big guy. He's almost done. Okay. Why are the dozers driving themselves and not by truck? Is there a reason for that? Yeah, there was, so I could get more done quickly, but I'm gonna switch back to hauling here right now. Work the close-in shift. Start by making fabric and getting a stock. Start with clothes, Andrew. You got to start with clothes. The reason why is because fabric is cheap to import comparatively to clothes. And 1 ton of fabric makes a lot of clothes. Look at the return right there. So you just start with clothes. I'll start bringing stuff in, right? And then after the clothing factory, you build the warehouse so you can do more of it. And once this thing reaches its max theoretical capacity, get the second one. And then once that's good to go, then build the fabric factory. The fabric factory won't really come until we get plumbing and drainage really, really good to go here, dude. Probably when Satisfactory 1.1 comes out. That's when the next time I'll play. Real question is when train. Depends on how good the clothing endeavor goes for us, guys. If clothes go good, yeah, trains will happen very soon. I will start construction on this project over here. We're gonna need labor over here now. Yeah. We need to get these construction depots up fast. Oh, cool. The road's done. Sweet. All right. Do that. Do that. Construction 1. Send it. Get these 2 things made. High priority. Priority 1. Yeah, in the meantime, the way we're tooled is we got the crane and and 4 dumpers there. That's not going to work without labor. We do have an open spot there, so what I can do... Let's get the roads figured out before we do that. You know what? Take the crane, bring him home. Take the dump truck, put the dump truck back. We got 2 KT-50s, 2 loaders, and then 4 dump trucks. Let's do that. Because I was gonna say get the crane going, right? But start dumping gravel here. Let's put those BZ-252s to work. Do you have an extra free parking spot? You should be able to build 7. Yes. When helicopters? We could do helicopter construction. It's just fuel is cheap right now. Yes, but helicopters are not. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. by Americans, you can buy CH-54s. Hentai Senpai, yeah. You could buy sky cranes. And they're awesome. Since you have dollars. That's a good point, dude. Oh yeah, there's the mod for F-100s. I forgot I had those. Yeah, we could buy Fords, but I'm not going to do that. I forgot I had that mod installed. Look at this, that road's almost done. Excavator's good at digging foundations for buildings. See, there he goes. He's going to the construction site. One construction helicopter could really help. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'll consider it. God, that's so satisfying. Oh, so satisfying, yes. You need snowplows for the coming winter. Yep. They still have access this way. I want to get this, but boy, does it look like a lot. I play Eve, and this looks much more like a headache. This is like Eve, especially with realism. Yeah, it's... Yeah, oh, it's a rot. This game mode is so hardcore, dude. I love it. It's scratches the itch. The only thing that this doesn't have is like building spaceships. And the devs have hinted that they want to do that, and I'm like, no. Briggs, you went to the Science Museum today in London, and I saw Tim Peake's Soyuz descent module in the Black Arrow rocket. That was cool. Right on, man. They should have some Apollo stuff there too, if I'm remembering right. Don't they have like a motor or something? Dude, I'd do that. Let the excavator do its thing for now. I remember going to the Smithsonian like a decade ago and seeing Apollo and the other NASA stuff. Also growing up in Houston, going to the Space Center. It's good stuff. We almost got our first big right away here, dudes. Have you ever been to either? I've never been to Houston. No, but the Smithsonian many times, sure. It's only a model. Shh, shh, shh. The Space and Aeronautic Museum near Paris is amazing. Is that the one at Le Bourget? Hentai? Correct? Yeah, I've heard about that museum. Never been, but I've heard about it. Heard good things. At least phase 1 of it has starving, yeah. I'm swapping out vehicles out of the different construction offices. Oh, that's brilliant. Lovely weather this time of year. What's the build order? Oil first, Jack. Oil first. Then build this part of the city with clothing. And then go from there. That's the idea. We'll begin principal construction on oil infrastructure here for crude. when these 2 construction depots get ready to go. So, the way I've decided to do this, because we could have sat here with the game paused for like another month and designed everything out. But the way I think I was starting to run into this kind of like, I don't know if I should do this, or this. Like, I'm not sure, right? Like the rest of it was kind of up to, I don't know. So what I'm gonna do, Mill, it's funny you mentioned 5-year plans. I unpaused the game in April 1st, 1960. Iron ores market is crashing. So April 1st, 1961 is when I will pause the game again and we will assess what's going on. Please tell me you've seen a moon rock. Yeah, of course. Sewer rat, how about the guy that picked the moon rock up off the moon? You met that guy? Because I have. I shook the guy's hand who picked the damn rock up. Yeah, unlikely SVO, but you know. I don't want to touch the moon rock. I want to shake the hand of the guy that picked that moon rock up and brought it home. It is, Schwartzy. It's very fun to watch it. Met the guy that caught a Hubble. That's right. Have you met the guy called Mike Massimino? Does that help? Jerkweed. You were thinking Chris Hadfield. I've never met him. Come on, just one more road, bro. You have. You want to play this game, Urban? You don't want to play this game. You don't want to play this game. I mean, maybe workers. Just one more road, bro. Please, bro. Bro, please, just one more road. I already played my ace. It's all good. All right. Because I got a pair of aces. Okay. Charlie Duke's at the top of my list. Okay. Just Red Haze. Pretty good. Those are my two, like, boom. You know? I mean, a guy was just on Apollo 13, whatever. Bing! Bada bing, bada boom. Very good. You met Chris Hadfield in an airline lounge a few years back. Coincidentally, it was on my way home from watching my first launch. That's awesome, Atlantic. That's such a good story, dude. Heck yeah. Your uncle met Chris Hadfield? I've never met that. I've never met Chris Hadfield. I'd love to, dude. I love talking to astronauts. They're awesome. Let's see. Who else have I met? I've met Mike Massimino. I met Garrett. I interviewed Garrett Reisman. I've met Pam Melroy. I've met Mark Polanski. Dude, I've like lost count. There's more. There's way more. Talked to a lot of shuttle people. I don't know. I can't think of any more off the top of my... Oh, Dan Tanny, I met that guy. That guy's cool. Sawyer introduced me to him, believe it or not. How are you meeting all these people? That's what happens when you report spaceflight news as your job. You did it as Space Cadet once. Right. Right. I've never met Sonny Williams, but Sonny is from the next town over that I grew up in. She was from the next town over. She lives just outside of Boston, which is pretty cool. Sorry, I've been absent for the last 4 hours replacing the pursue in your computer. Well, is it working? The only one I remember is Doug Hurley when he arrived back at Ellington after STS-135. Never met Doug. I would love to, though. You met Ray Bork. I mean, Ray Bork isn't an astronaut Iger, but that's still pretty damn cool as a Bruins fan. I've met George Nelson, the guy who used the man maneuvering unit to wrangle the Solar Maximum satellite. Untethered EVA. I've met Gennady Padelka, Sergei Krikalev. Who else? Who's Sonny Williams? Sunita Williams. She just got back down on Crew 9, Paul. You've met EJ. Are you calling me a space cadet, Midge? Dan Tenney went to my high school years before me. He visited. Seemed like a cool dude. He was really cool, dude. I talked to him about Cygnus because he was working at Orbital Sciences at the time. Yeah, this was a long time ago. This is like a decade more. He would not remember who I am. I mean, I didn't say that. That's hurtful, Midge. It's very hurtful of you. God. Paul! Paul! What can I do to get you to calm down? Here, you know what? You know what? I got it. Hey, Paul, look. Oh, how'd the American get these? Uh-oh. Calm down. It's okay. I got you. All right. I actually only have one left, which really sucks. I'm eating it. I've decided.
Man, those things are good.
I love Tim Tams. Tim Tam Slam, dude. That's where it's at. You thought the game was over. It's never over. What? Alright, we need people there.
Discovery.
Zazafaz, 69-month resub. Vegemite is better. You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that? How bad was the hangover? I didn't get hungover. Oh! Is that a middle ditch raid? It is a middle ditch raid. I know, Deviator, I know, I don't have any coffee. But what we do have is a middle ditch raid. What's going on? Hey! It's a middle ditch raid. Hey, Tommy 2 times. What's he up to? I haven't been in lately because I've been busy. Building a city, I see, always. Tommy 2 times. That's my thing, dude. You know, that and the whole space flight thing. So, if you haven't seen me around, dude, it's because I've been going down and watching that up on the screen. It is, it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. But yeah, right now I'm working on building a city. We're working on building roads to build out this whole big city that I got planned over here. I'm playing Workers and Resources Soviet Republic, which is one of the best city builders around, dude. This is like old school SimCity 4 levels of difficult. It's the most granular city builder ever. You want to build roads, you need bulldozers, you need pavers, you need dump trucks to move asphalt around. And that's just the beginning. That's just roads. Like, you gotta, you can build trains, you have to build power grids, you have to engineer out your power grids, you have to engineer out plumbing, drainage, whatever. This game's amazing, dude. But anyway, Mildred, what were you up to? Sounds intense. I've been sitting here for 11 hours straight. Yeah, it's a little on the intense side. Yeah, a little bit. What were you up to, dude? Enough about me, dude. We haven't talked in forever. What were you playing? Are you still doing a GTA RP thing or what? You got back into RP. Which character? New guy in Wild RP. All right, man. Cool. I'm gonna tune in sometime, dude. Jim Bunt, the Knight of Guarma. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, dude. Watching that's always a good time. I've just been so freaking busy. Man. Like to watch some Wild RP here. Oh, gosh. Wild RP. Wild RP. Anyway, you guys... If you're on my end, Middle Ditch streams all kinds of stuff, but he's known for streaming GTA RP and Wild RP, so that's like Red Dead Redemption RP. And let's just say he's pretty friggin' good at it. It's always a fun time watching. It's like you watching playing like Wild RP is like watching like 1883, only like more comical, but it's a good time. It's really fun. You got to hear Jim's voice. Either way, guys, go give Middle Ditch a follow. Trust me on this one. Weather Guy, give him a shout out too. He's a good dude. You like him? He's an excellent RP streamer. Like, one of the best. Supremely underrated, I will say. But yeah, I'm just sitting here watching my damn dump trucks fill all these roads up so we can get the damn roads paved, boy. The best for sure. Yeah. Bulldog again. Yeah, he's pretty good. pretty good, dude. He's pretty good. So anything that you see, guys, just on a side note, that's highlighted in green is stuff I have yet to build. I just started here, and I started by planning everything. And you have to build everything. Like, see all the highlighted green stuff? That's all stuff that needs to be made. Already did 1 hour cooldown. Right on, guys. Anyway, Middleditch, if you got something to do, dude, I'll let you go. Thanks for popping in. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate you. And the rest of your crew. Thanks, guys. And if you don't know me, I'm EJ. I'm a space nerd. I play engineering and STEM games here on Twitch. Teach people about STEM, like so science, technology, engineering, and math. I use games to teach people about how all this stuff works because I don't know, curious mind, I guess. Hey, that's yellow, not green. I'm also colorblind. If you don't, I also enjoy long walks on the beach, and I really enjoy a clean pair of slacks. It is yellow. God damn. Oh, for the love of Chinche. Speaking of, did you catch my DM the other day? I saw it. I forget what it was about, dude. I don't remember. Oh, there you are. Dude, I don't know. We'll talk about that some other time. Wait, are you actually colorblind? Yeah. Yes. Come on. Ah. Hey Ray, what's going on, buddy? How are you? How soon do the first? Probably in 1 to 2 streams. You got to start building them, but I have them all planned out. They're all over the place. Just like that. Well, okay. Actually, tired, long day of work? Right on, man, right on. Really do need more hauling, huh? Watching this is making you want to play it again. Don't just vicariously play it through me. There are too many good games. Dude, you're telling me. You're telling me. Yeah. You ain't wrong. Yeah, you bring that steel. We'll get the construction depots finished, and then I'll pack up shop for the time being. But we could do another long stream tomorrow, all the way to the L57 launch. It'll be great, chat. It'll be great. You had my best run of Hearts of Iron 4 playing as Argentina yesterday. Mitch, one of my best runs was playing Argentina too. Do you remember that? Were you there for that? I took over the entire Western Hemisphere as Argentina. Somehow. I don't know how I did that. I don't think I could do that again. Aren't we going till April this stream? I want to stop the VOD before 12 hours, or else YouTube will cut it. YouTube only can do a 12-hour VOD. September. Yes, Hellfish. Yes, most likely. I love these little buses. Things are great. Yeah, I bet when building the oil, hauling will be a serious problem. Just buy more hauler trucks. Nice. All right, what are we moving? Dump trucks. That's Yarg's favorite depot right there. Garganonant? Don't forget the fuel station. Don't need one. These can be the fuel station. Chigsy, do I see moving vehicles? You do. Distro. Fill that boy up. Fill that boy up. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go here. I'll buy another BZ252 and then 2 T138 mixers. Over here, bingo. Steel, bricks, prefab, boards, mechanical, electrical. So, alright, you load up the excavator, you load up the bulldozer, you go over there. With the excavator, go over there. Covered, you can go over there. That's a hauling mat depot. You go down there. Oh gosh, it's an auto detect. Oh god, it's an auto detect. No, 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 no. I forgot to change it. Well, that truck's glitched. I broke it. Quick save? Yeah, don't worry about it. That's really annoying. I just tried moving it to the other depot. Car factory when? Just delete it? Alright, whatever. I know what I just did. Trying to make this thing not glitch. There we go. Did you unbug it? I just deleted it. Cost me $4,000, but it's okay. There we go. That's just a road depot. What's the hardest voiced accent for you to do? Because you do a lot. Can I do a President Kennedy? You are out of your gosh darn mind if you think I can't talk like somebody from my home state. The hardest one, Zoidberg. That was the hardest one to. That was the hardest one to get right. That took so long to get that correct. Chowder. Say it right. All right. I believe this nation should commit itself before this decade is out of sending a man to the moon and returning him safely to the earth. Zoidberg was the hardest. The Zoidberg one took practice. Lots of practice. Like, I actually had to work at that. I had to work at it. Don't you know that talking like this does not come easy, my friends? Oh. The Kennedy accent isn't Boston, though, right? It's an island accent, if I remember correctly. You are remembering very wrong. Like, no, that's Eastern Massachusetts all day. Do the going to the moon speech as Sean Connery. I believe this nation should commit itself before this decade is out of sending a man to the surface of the moon and returning him safely to the earth. No more. I don't want to do impressions right now. Oh, no more. How's the city going? Pretty good. Oh. Down here. I need, I need more spots for the construction depots. So this one, workers, is gonna pull from there, and I need some buses. We already have a dumper depot down there, so that's good. I need this one. Are there not islands in eastern Massachusetts? Yeah. Yeah, there is. Okay, tell me you're not from here without telling me you're not from here. No one. There's no such thing as an island accent, guys. That's not a thing. I don't know what that means. Cape Cod and Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, that's not a thing. Do they not have unique accents? No. No, they do not. When someone says island accent, it means you're from the Caribbean. Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? It's just like, nah. Do you keep up with super fast Matt? I want to build a project like that, especially with recently acquired skills. Is that the guy that does the dumb stuff with electronics? Like, dumb in a cool way? No, he builds really fun cars and stuff. Oh. Neat. Can we start on the oil? Yeah. I don't want to go under 1 million. All right. Well, actually, guys, you know what? That's a good place to stop. That's a good place to stop.
Discovery.
Captain Crash,
Solid
89-month resub. Thank you. Well, for you and you, but remember, it's our oil. Yeah. Yep. This is our, no, take it. All right, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the long playthrough of Workers. I'm going to go back to doing Space News tomorrow, but we will play Workers to start. Yeah. It was fun. In Middle Ditch, thank you for the raid. Thank you, Middle Ditch Raiders, if you stuck with me this whole time. I appreciate it. Yeah. So the next time we pause is going to be April 1st, 1961, in-game. So yeah, we should get to that point tomorrow. I want to get oil. I really want to get oil up and running by then. At least one of the fields good to go. I really do think we could do it. The snow is going to slow things down. So we got to get some technical services and some snow plows ready to go. But yeah, should be good. Either way, yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for the great stream today. Hey, no problem. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Yeah. And I'm glad you guys enjoyed it too. Yeah, that's going to do it for me. I will see everybody in the morning. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.